going to be very close. Train right now, actually. I think I'm too late.あ、外で、はい。よいしょ。Just turn map on. What's up, Bryce? Thanks for the friend. Snowy Evergreens, good to see you. Arctic Wolf, Citronk, Miles. Fancy Blank, thanks for being here.
信箱へお入れください。停止券の場合は運転士にお見せください。
What's up, DC?
です。ドア付近のランプが点灯しましたら、ドア横の押しボタンでドアをお開けください。必須、運賃、整理券は運転士にお見せの上、運賃箱へお入れください。電子券の場合は運転士にお見せください。線路を横切るときは、右左をよく見てお渡りください。徳島方面、早海にお乗りください。ワンマン列車です。ご近くのドアボタンを押してお乗りください。ご乗車の際、必須、電子券をお持ちでないお客様は、入り口の整理券をお取りください。整理券をお取りください。 にお店の上、運賃箱へお入れください。電子券の場合は、運転士にお見せください。
This is us, chat. How's everyone doing, chat? What are we up to this morning? How's the weather this morning? It's pretty good, actually. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's a bit humid, but that's just kind of coming with the territory nowadays. It's starting to get a little bit warmer, you know, all of that jazz. I should have done laundry last night, but I was like, we got a couple more, like one more day's worth of stuff. I should have just washed it last night. Okay. Yes, you're in Japan. Getting kitty cuddles at the moment? Nice. Well, I mean, relative to the spring, winter months, you know. Okay. There's a restaurant, allegedly, that opens up at 9:30 a.m. Shatore. And then a little bit after that, there's a gelato shop that allegedly opens at 11. If we time this shit right, we can get both. 2 birds, 1 stone. It's about half an hour, I think, to the place. I kind of want to maybe polish off this cola real quick. I got this cola last night. I have this bad habit of like, I'll get a Cola Zero at nighttime and like kind of sip on it while I do work. And then I drink like a third of it. I think I'm in the process of, I mean, I guess it's a good thing, because I used to crush it like that night. But I guess now I'm slowly like weaning back on, I mean, I know this is 0 calorie or whatever, but we're gonna have to call a couple of business hotels too at a certain point. I guess we could maybe even do that now. They're probably still checking people out. There's a guest house that we can definitely stay in, but it's like 6,000 yen for, I don't know, if I'm gonna pay for that much. Last night was really, really cool, but we had, I guess, not neighbors, but the room adjacent to us was an older Danish couple. They were loud as shit, like constantly. And then there was a Taiwanese lady a couple rooms down who was also quite loud. She woke up at like 4:30 to start making toast, and I was like, 4:30 or 5, I don't remember. I looked at my phone and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And then the Danish couple, they were just talking pretty loudly until like 10:30 or 11. And Hi there. Do you speak Japanese fluidly? I can get my point across in pretty much any situation, but I'm very hesitant to say fluent. I think a lot of people say fluent when they really aren't. So I can travel without issues, without problems. I can make reservations. I can complain about stuff, but really like detailed things, banking things, tax things, medical things, I need a bit of help with sometimes, depending on what it is. We're just standing in the shade until I finish this off. There might be a bathroom in here too, which we might... I rushed out the door today because the trains come every 2 hours at that last station. So I was like, I don't know, maybe I can hang around. And I was like, nope, gotta get out the door. That's cool. Thanks. I have a lot, like, I want to get a lot higher level. Oh, there's a receptacle right there. Nice. But, I mean, for what I do right now, I'm, it's not bad. Compared to a lot of other people who've been in Japan a lot longer than me, I would say I'm doing all right. A toilet? Let's see. Nope, that's not a toilet. And this kind of looks like a toilet, but it's been boarded up. That looks like the office. Yeah, you can tell. This used to be a toilet. Okay. That's okay. I think it's about half an hour to Shakore. Just double check. $20 minutes. Nice. Cool. Yeah, I was hoofing it. Well, I was walking pretty fast, and then I was like, I heard it about a block out, and then I was like, okay, I guess we're gonna have to kind of jog. Comfy pillows, I probably wouldn't sit on them, honestly speaking. They look kind of comfy, but you got to think of how much gunk. You can tell these pillows are old too, but like just how much gunk is probably in on them. What's crazy is at one point, a ton of these stations that are this small had like one person working there a long time ago. And now, I mean, we've been to tons of, not even just this trip, but a lot of our other trips too, unmanned. We have real no plans though. I mean, I have work tonight I have class at 9, so I need to be somewhere. Resume guy, I need to look at his stuff again. which is that whole situation is becoming troublesome. But it is what it is. Like, he wants me to spend a lot of time outside of class looking at his resume, but he doesn't want to pay me for that time. So then I'm just kind of like, listen, man, I don't mind like casually looking at it and like, you know, thinking of like, if I'm just chilling, I don't mind. But if you want me to put forth a lot of effort, then I'm going to need you to also, you know, put your money where your mouth is, type of thing. What's up, Nyan? Pasu 9995. Start this trip after Golden Week? I think I started it during Golden Week, or maybe the day after Golden Week. No, you could do something similar. You just have to be careful where you're going. Golden Week is only really popular. I mean, it depends. A lot of the local inns are probably going to close. But a lot of the local places are not going to have any interest. So, yeah, Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, good luck. But I mean, like, if you go to a larger chain hotel, like Aki, for example, we stayed at Hotel Tomai or something like that. I forget the word. Tamai. Which I didn't want to stay there, because it's related to, it's partnered with APA, which fuck APA. But, no, I mean, it just depends on where you're going. A lot of Golden Week stuff is like family trips. So if you think, oh, families are gonna want to travel this place, yeah, that place is probably gonna be sold out. There's tons of places. I mean, last year I did my walk during Golden Week. We started April 17th and we walked until October. So both Golden Week and Obon, I had few difficulties. Refine their resume? No, one, I don't do that. I don't like using chatbots for that. Two, his thing is he's trying to get a job. That's fine. I've helped with that I've helped him change jobs before. Like, this is not, he's been a client of mine for years. But, good morning, Riku. Hold on. Not sure. Thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna catch up and then I'll. So sorry. No, that's okay. That doesn't matter. I mean, I know I mentioned initially where they were from. I didn't say again. Oh. Anyway, no, I wasn't complaining about. I was just complaining about no one needs to be up at 4:30, 5 o'clock making toast. Anyway. So, like, I get it. He's been unhappy at this last job for a couple years, and he wants to change jobs. Then he's like, yeah, tell me, like, from a native person's perspective, like, what should my resume say? What should my resume? And I was like, listen, but I told you. He's like, it feels kind of repetitive. I was like, well, yeah, because you've, like, honestly speaking, you've been doing the same thing for the last 15 years. I said, and the information you give me, like, I can't make up new shit for you. I said, what I've done in the past and what we're doing now, I throw out what I think he's done, and then I go and I put it, you know, into his resume. And then he'll be like, nah, I didn't really do that, or I did do that, and it's a lot of back and forth. But he wants me to make a bunch of notes on it, so then he can correct it during the week, which is fine. But again, making notes and stuff takes time, but he doesn't want to pay me for that time, because in the past he and I have just done it during his class time, so there's no need for extra time. So probably what's going to happen is today I'm just going to sit down and then quickly go through it. But here, look at these, do these changes. This before all the work. When I think that's kind of one thing that kind of, whenever you have clients for a really long time, there is kind of a level of friendship that develops. Still professional friendship, you know, I don't meet for coffees or drinks. Maybe like once a year I'll do like a year-end type of thing, maybe. With a group, not just one-on-one though. But it's like, oh, well, Jason's, you know, I've been paying Jason for a long time and I can just do this. It's like, well, that's not exactly how that works. But just because you've been paying me for a long time doesn't mean you get free shit guaranteed. Like, anyway, it's okay. We'll be fine. It's not a problem. On the right side. Maybe dump my gas. Remind me to put on sunscreen after lunch or after whatever this meal is. I bought new sunscreen, but I didn't put any on this morning. So you can expand the range especially. Nah, I mean I don't know how to explain the situation without doxing the guy. The problem is he wants to work abroad, but his field is very difficult to get sent abroad, or for like a company to approach him, because a lot of companies are not hiring people to like go to the, like, he wants to work in the US, and I'm like, that's not, like, not a lot of Japanese companies are sending people over in his industry, and then not a lot of US companies really need someone with exclusive Japan production, you know, in that field. So just kind of a weird spot to be in. Also, he's very picky about roles and people and things like that. So if you're pretty flexible, pretty fluid, then you can get a lot done too. But when you're very specific about what you want, but not like, he has the skills, he has the raw skills of, you know, producing this and that and making X amount of money, Y amount of goods, etc. But I don't know. I think now more and more, my personal opinion is, I think some people will be hired because they have so much specialty or so much experience in a certain role or certain thing. And then after that, I think a lot of the other roles are going to be soft skills, people skills, working together skills, time management skills. And if you're not really good at those, I think it's going to be harder and harder to find a job going forward. Because people don't want to work, even if it's like remote work. If people are always like late to emails or late to Zoom meetings, people really don't want to deal with that, you know? Or if you're just like kind of rude. Ego chew, huh? I don't think so. %. And again, sometimes, yeah, you can be such a specialist that you can get in how you want it, but I'm gonna say there's also probably a lot of times that that's not how that works. Bob that I know, welcome in. "36 kilometers to Tokushima, huh?" What is today, Tuesday? Ooh, this place might be closed. Tuesday and Wednesday, a lot of these local shops close. I did not even think about that. Price looking nice, it is looking nice. Also, that reminds me, I'm gonna shamelessly plug today. That'll be the only time, not the only time, but if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the YouTube channel. We're getting awfully close. I say awfully close. We need 1,000 subscribers. We need 4,000 watch hours. That's gonna take time. I just need to post a lot more on there, but we're getting reasonably close to the subscriber goal of 1,000. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, we can start to monetize. Now again, I'm not in the realm of thinking that, oh, I'm gonna make a bunch of money from YouTube, but if I can make a few bucks by the end of the year, if I can make a few bucks from YouTube, I'll be pretty happy about that. Coffee and restaurant. This is where we want. Checking the walk with the one else, the other bike.あ、こんにちは。一人で。
あ、はい。どこでも。
はい、ありがとうございます。
あ、別なんやね。
What is today's information? Covers a few lunches and grocery runs. Like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, I need to start plugging that a bit more. I need to just make more videos too. I need to finish posting the shorts from the trip. That's on it for a little bit now. This backpack. Waited. Hi, ありがとうございます。
すいません。
ごめんね。
しますね。あ、ひ。
What do we want? Today's destination, tentatively, I need to call some hotels, but
狭くないですか？
あ、
行きますか？
大丈夫です。うん。でもまだ決まってない。ごめんね。I need to fix this. This keeps happening, where it keeps folding over on itself. I'm worried long term about the life of my fanny pack. YouTube only lets you withdraw when you're balanced. I thought that was Twitch. I didn't know about YouTube, but I have no idea how YouTube works, honestly. This is cool. They gave us a little picture in a glass. How's the audio, chat? Do I need to get the mics out, or are we good? Get a combination plate. Finish your morning, so. The question is, do I want food or do I want morning set? We're gonna get ice cream, aren't we? I guess we can just get morning set, huh? Do we want bacon, egg, salad, bread, coffee, or plain omelet, salad, bread, coffee? Bacon, egg, salad, coffee. Food is acceptable. I'm worried if I eat food though that I'm gonna be too full for ice cream in like 20 minutes. I guess what, an hour whenever we get down the road. It doesn't open. The next place doesn't open till 11. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for being here. すみません。モーニング B セットお願いします。モーニング B セットお願いします。
B セット、
はい、
オムレツでいいですか？
はい。
パンかコーヒーか、ご飯かお味噌汁か、どちらかになるんですけど。
パンとコーヒー。
パンとコーヒーで。
ありがとうございます。How's the angle? Do we need to fix anything, chat? Not bad. Okay. This is a good dog calendar. pretty cute. What's up, man? How you doing? What did I end up ordering? I ordered the B morning set, which is a plain omelet with salad, bread, and coffee. Bacon, eggs, and spinach most mornings. If I used to eat breakfast, it was either 2 eggs, however I wanted them, usually fried or scrambled, or it was yogurt. And then at a certain point, when I realized I was getting a lot of cholesterol, because I was eating like 2 eggs a morning, chicken breast at lunch, chicken breast at dinner type of thing, to like save money and stuff, I was like, oh, I'm getting like 10x the cholesterol I need. So then I started getting rid of the eggs, and I started eating tofu in the morning. I'd eat tofu with yogurt, and it looked like the slop from the Matrix, from Matrix 1, when they're talking about, it looked a lot like that. The Y Chain was like, that's disgusting. Getting laid off tomorrow, but I also have a job offer coming in tomorrow, so I can't complain. Damn, we need to catch up. I know we talked about, I've been shit at messaging people back, but I need to call you. I need to call Mom too. She sent me like a big paragraph about stuff, and I was like, it had been a long day, but I need to get back to her too. Yeah. I need to try to call Aunt Vicky as well. Is it kind of remote job, or how is it? Muesli? I'll be honest, I have no idea what that is. If I'm being completely honest, I don't really eat breakfast that much. Even on the road, I try not to. I try not to eat anything before like 9, 10 a.m. at the minimum. Because sometimes I feel like if I eat too much of a breakfast, I feel sluggish. But there's also the counterpoint of that is like if I don't eat anything if I don't eat anything until lunch, then sometimes I end up running the risk of getting injured or like really tired from lack of calories. But sometimes, same thing too with big lunches. I really try not to eat big lunches unless like really big lunches. We'll have like solid lunches, but like as far as big lunches, I try not to. Because we're on the verge of societal collapse. I feel ya. I've been thinking a lot lately, after this trip, last trip too, every time I'm on a trip like this, and I'm way out in the middle of nowhere, and I'm like, I could set up shop here. I could rent an office out here, have a little English school, keep my clients in Tokyo. Not even have an office, just move out of Tokyo and save like $1 billion. But I really do enjoy living in Tokyo. I teach at Sensei Minshuku, teach English by day, Minshuku by night. Problem is that Minshuku costs, I don't have enough funds right now. What's up, Zav? How was the breakfast? We're about to eat breakfast right now. never occurred to me that muesli isn't a commonly known thing. It's like riled oats, wheat and rye with some dried fruit and nuts in it, I think. But loose. So loose granola, yeah. If I can get good Thai and Indian food, I can live there. In Tokyo, you might be able to. Indian food, there's quite a few good Indian spots throughout Japan. There's a fairly large population of Indian immigrants. Yeah, I'm from like Western Oklahoma, where like health food wasn't really a thing when I was younger, and then I moved to Japan when I was 22. So any of the health-ish trends in the last 10 years in the States, I have no clue about. And some of the health foods over here, like an acai bowl over here is like $15, which in Japan prices is insane. It's like 2,000 yen for an acai bowl. I don't know what the fuck this is. All I'm saying, when I was in Tokyo, was a kebab stand run by an Indian guy speaking. That's another. You'll see a lot of Indian or Nepali people dabble in other. Like it'll be like they'll call it an Asian restaurant, and so what happens is the first couple of pages is like Indian Nepali curry type things, naan, tikka masala, tandoori chicken, and then like the last 2 pages will be like pad thai, pho, like whatever. I mean, like literally just copy pasting, cultures, foods into their menu. Because a lot of those places have like the idea of like the more options you have, the more likely you're going to get customers type of thing. It is pretty good. I mean, like I've been to a lot of places like that. Like one of my favorite places, they do pretty good pad thai, and like it's just a bunch of Indian dudes running this restaurant. I don't think I would call it fusion, because they're not mixing like Indian spices into the Thai pad Thai, like, or like whatever you end up getting. If that makes sense. They're just using it. They're just making it. It's like when we go to La Jolla. La Jolla is a Mexican restaurant run by a Japanese guy who, I think one of the partners is Mexican, but it's largely run by non-Mexican people. They just offer, yeah, exactly. They cast a wide net. They're just offering. Yes. Indian curry pad thai sounds awesome though. If you guys ever want to chuckle a lot about stuff, I'm not even in the actual... I'm not subscribed to many Reddits. In fact, almost none of them. But... the YouTubers. Is it just me, or has AI ruined YouTube? It's so many people too. Like, I don't know. It's so hard, because obviously I encourage everybody to like make content if they want to, and like do your best at it. But I think also you have to be realistic, myself included. Like, like some of these people are like, oh, I've made hundreds of videos and I don't feel like I'm going anywhere, and it's like, just because you make a lot of videos, like if you're not trying to improve on something or improve on the audio, improve on the editing, improve on the content itself, like you're not gonna get anywhere. Like AI is ruining a lot of things. Oh, that's the thing is, I agree fundamentally with what the effort of it is, but I get almost no AI content in my algorithm. The AI splash screens, like the thumbnails, that is one thing that's pretty annoying. Like the super saturated AI thumbnail type thing. But at some point it might be downtrend. I don't think so. I think it just hits peak, or it hits saturation, and then it just becomes a new norm. There's been an uptick in AI talk since the talk of making it illegal for states to introduce AI, making it illegal for states to introduce AI regulations. That seems wild. I feel like a lot of people are becoming dependent on it. There's a lot of people, even in my chat, they'll be like, oh, I'll go ask ChatGPT real quick. Lyle does it too. Like, I love Lyle, but any question he has, he'll just ask ChatGPT. It's like, that's not great. Hi, ありがとうございます。美味しそう。
はい、どうぞ。
いただきます。
こちら入ってきますね。88箇所も言うんですか？
うん。
あ、でもね。
四国一瞬だけ。
四国一瞬だけ。日本語上手なね。
9年間ぐらい日本住んでる。
ほんま。
で、東京で。東京で住んでる。
東京で。東京から来られた。
そう、東京から松山、松山今、一瞬。
自転車？
歩きと、歩きと電車。いや、去年日本縦断しました。全部歩き。でも四国行ったことないから、その旅多分3週間ぐらいだけからたくさん見たいから時々歩き、時々電車、ちょっと自分のペースでしょ。そうこの旅ちょっと3週間だけ。
気をつけて。
はい、気をつけます。ありがとうございます。Haven't forgot about you guys. Life is kicking your ass. I'm sorry that life is kicking your ass. The homeless guy talking to himself down by the service station. Toast. Omelet. That's a big omelet. Coffee. Some sort of jelly. Butter and some sort of jam. Well, decent looking breakfast. I'd be happy with that. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm always a little bit confused how to eat omelet with chopsticks, but we make it work. Raspberry or strawberry jam. Honestly, it looks like let's see what it tastes like. It tastes like oh, what do they call it in Japanese? They hang them up to dry. Hoshi something. Hey, Darth Vader, I saw that. I played a little bit of Fortnite before I left. It's like a... Oh, I can't think of it. It's not a plum. It's not a... But it's adjacent to a plum. It's not a plum. It's something unique to... Gosh dang it. I remember because I went to a place one time and they just had like dozens, if not hundreds of them hung up to dry in the sun. They would like put them in bags of sugar and then they would hang them up. And then the sugar would like somehow soak in during the sun thing. Anyway, alright. Let's get rid of this tomato first, huh, chat? Pretty good looking tomato though. Persimmons, there we go. Yes. Because it's kind of a darker brown, or like... It's not bad. It's a lot of, just a lot of jelly, a lot of jam for one piece of toast. It's a type of persimmon, that's right. But they when they hang them up, they call them hoshi something. Hoshi means star. And when they dry out, they look kind of like, from a vertical look at it, they kind of look like stars. I would say this is at least 3 eggs. Because it's folded over itself. Well, when Tarn said strawberry, I thought I tasted a little bit of strawberry. Like the seeds of the strawberry. Ooh. It's a very dense jelly. Very thick, like I can't cut it normal. Let's see. You're even puncturing it like this, which you're not supposed to do. Peach. A bit darker in color and not as smooth of a texture.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily Japanese preference. I think it's just a Japanese expectation. If that makes sense. Let's try this butter out. The exact same ingredients, yeah. So bread is getting thicker and thicker. Since I've been in Japan, it's always been like this at like coffee shops. The jam is perfect with bread. Very good. Yesterday's toast was thicker. Slightly sweet bread. Yeah, they call it shokupan. And it's a thick, kind of white bread. Shoku meaning like meal pan, meal bread, but it's similar to U.S. style white bread, but it's like 3 times the thickness. Toast is getting thicker and thicker. Usually I just eat toast from normal store-bought bread. No, so in Japan, they'll have many different types on the shelf. They'll have the normal bread, the normal like sandwich bread type of thing, and they have it up to this thickness, and some even bigger than this. But it's the same loaf. You're getting the same amount of bread. You just determine whether you want it thinly sliced or thickly sliced. So even at like the supermarket near my house, I can buy 8 slices, or I can buy 3 slices, but the bread is the same. And it's about the same price. Unless you buy like the really, I usually buy the cheap, like the super cheap sandwich bread, so it's cheaper, but if you're buying name brand, 8 slice, 6 slice, 5 slice, 3 slices, usually about the same price. It's kind of like ham. When you go to Walmart and you buy deli ham, if anyone does that. you can ask for how thick it's sliced, but you're paying by the pound. You're paying by the kilogram, you know. So whether it's just one hunk of meat, Spam style, or if it's like thinly sliced so you can make some sandwiches, you're paying for the same thing. Come on, dude. Nice. Mr. Martiz, thanks for the follow. Know how much deli meats? Super shaved ham. Mm. Seriously? Dude, you missed it. We have a great morning set. I'm not gonna take the camera off again. You missed the chance. You know, got some nice toast. We got some homemade jam, and I don't think the butter's homemade, but maybe it is. It's higher quality butter if it's not homemade. And we got an omelet and a salad. And there's a gelato shop about half an hour up the road that opens at 11, allegedly. Is this a restaurant where you stayed? This is a restaurant. No, I stayed at Oyado HIWASA. Super cool, by the way. You should definitely go check it out. The guy was super cool too. He lived in Tokyo for 8 years, and it was kind of funny. He like, when we check in, there was a Taiwanese lady who was checking in at the same time, and she didn't speak any Japanese and didn't really speak English, and so they were having this kind of like thing, and he was like trying to help her, and she's like, no, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And then he was like trying to explain stuff, and she's like, it's okay, it's okay, I know. And he's like trying to give her the gohan, like the details of the place. So then she goes up, and anyway, she goes up to her room, and then I start speaking Japanese, and he goes, oh, thank God you speak Japanese. He's like, we have a Danish couple here that don't speak Japanese, and then this lady doesn't really speak Japanese. He's like, so I'm glad we can like quickly get through this. So then we're chatting for a bit. I go up to my room, and then I guess like whenever they first went up there, he had like shut the door for her, and then she like didn't know how to get out. So then she was like knocking on her own door because she didn't know it was a sliding door. Anyway, it's a whole thing. At European deli where I used to live, I said there's a prosciutto, break them up. There's a lot of really nice delis nearby in like where I live, but they're like giga expensive. I need that Dogen money type of thing. I need that Chris Broad money. They do custom cuts and stuff too, but it's either that or I need to move somewhere like really countryside and become friends with the baker. I mean the butcher. I wonder what the licensing required to become a butcher is. LOL, yeah. Ooh, that reminds me. I got an email from a tour company, which looks a bit they've been looking at my Instagrams, and they're like, I kind of want to be like, they keep mentioning, they're like, it's great, we've been watching your Shikoku Instagrams, and it's cool how you want to connect local areas. And then at the bottom of the email, it's like, please let us know what time zones you're in, and like we can help you organize trips and stuff. And I'm like, he's like, and it can be cheaper than what you pay right now. And I'm like, there's no possible way you could organize a trip cheaper than what I've gone on. The only possible way it can be cheaper is free. Now, you know, this is a big breakfast. Like, I don't mind looking into, like, sponsors and stuff, but until I get a lot bigger, it's going to be a bunch of sketchy people. I will say there's a couple of game companies that send me free Steam keys, and that's cool. We played those before. I'm more than willing to play those when I get home, but all the travel-related ones are like, some of our influencers make like $15,000 per trip, and I'm like, okay, for me to make that and you all to make that, that means you're grossly overcharging whoever is coming on these trips. Oh no, the bigger you get, the sketchier the emails and offers. Yes, but also there are also more legitimate ones, if that makes sense. Like, I think a lot of smaller creators fall into the pit trap of like accepting offers that they really shouldn't, because they're like trying to get out of their 9-to-5, so they're willing to accept money from wherever it comes from. Is what I meant. Advertising by pretending to engage, yeah. I'll tell you, if you watched all my videos, you'd know I fucking live here for a really long time. And they're like, we have a verified Instagram account. And I was like, it's got a couple thousand more followers than I do. So you pay money for the verification. Good job, dum-dum. Or they forget to fill out the template. Never accept money from strangers that you don't know all the details about. Well, I mean, I don't know everyone in chat's specific details, but you know, I do agree. Like, doing business with people that I don't really know is something I'm not really keen on. I was talking to Kurokin last night. I will say this. There is one company that I wish worked out, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's a sunflower seeds company. They reached out like 3 times. And it was a personalized email each time. I wish that one had worked out. But they can only, at this time, they can only do US based because it's sunflower seeds. I mod for a Japanese streamer, and they'll often ask the mod team to double check any sponsor emails they get to see if we think it's worthwhile sponsor or just a small scam. That's, I mean, luckily I'm somewhat business savvy, and also I'm also very like, I don't know, I'm also very cautious about that type of thing. It's never existed yet. But I think over time I'll be fine. Take a bit of research at times. So. Local governments? Oh, 100%. That's what I would like to do. I should have done it on this one, but... But I have new ideas now. Or not new ideas, but it's a combination of this trip and... like, we've been talking about the Seishun 18 a lot, and... I think like using those types of tickets while visiting a prefecture, one prefecture, boom, and then walking around, taking a train, walking X amount of distance, taking a bus or whatever. They're easy to weed out. Like I said, this one seems legitimate, and they linked to another couple creators that are on their platform, which are also travel creators. But the reality is, at this stage, I don't really want to do group tours. And if I did, again, they can't. Like, I would make more money organizing it myself. And it would save the customer money because there's no middleman. I do it by lottery style. People who are, I do it by like first come, first serve style. And I lay out the itinerary, so then people know, like, oh, I want to see this. I book the places that I've stayed at, that I know the people. I can, like, reserve the place. Cybersecurity? Yeah, a lot of people want to get into cybersecurity because it's like, my uncle was even trying to get into it. He's around 50. He's like, yeah, I really want to like get into it, and I want to. He's been a mechanic his whole life, or like a truck driver, and he's like, I really want to get into it because it'd be cool to like work from home and stuff. And I want to be like, yeah, but you're also the kind who gets like pretty restless after sitting down for like half an hour. So I don't know. Like, I love you, Uncle Pete, but like, I don't know. As far as destination today, I think we're going to try to head into... I need to call some places. I don't know if we'll call them now or if we'll call them later. Can anyone see this message? Yes, we can see your message, Jabberwocky. Did you think I blocked you? What? No video or audio? Interesting. That's weird. Clear chat, yeah. A lot of my students, even my student with this resume thing, I can tell either it was proofread by a non-native speaker, or it was proofread by a native speaker who doesn't know what they're doing, or it was just ChatGPT, or some combination of both. Do you have one little piece of good news I can share? Hey Vivian, good to see you. To the shadow room? I almost banned nobody. In fact, I need to ban a couple more people because I've received word from other streamers' mods that there are certain accounts in my chat that are alternates for trolls I have banned in the past. That's YouTube mushroom. Windows 7 station? What if Twitch is like no more Windows 7? I don't know if they can do that, can they? It's a web browser thing, no? I need to talk to Dave. I would like to get on his show and chat. He's not going to have time to do a walk and talk, but I could go to Asakusa on a Saturday or a Thursday. He's so incredibly busy, though. Even asking that is... the company that built their house recently had some big anniversary. Part of that, they had a drawing for all their past customers. They drew us for one of the first place prizes, 100,000 yen JTB travel voucher. Hell yeah, dude. That's pretty nice. That's like... I don't think I've spent 100,000 yen yet. I don't think I've gotten close. I think I've spent like 55, 60,000 yen maybe. Maybe 65. Before I do your appearance on the Dave show, I need to ask him though. The problem is this. I love Dave. But because I'm not a printmaker, or because I'm not a artist, he usually only wants me to be on stream if I have a project coming up. And I tried to arrange it where I could do it before this trip, but then it just didn't happen. Which I understand. Again, it's his show. It's Japanese printmaking, not Japan, printmaking in Japan, but... Long weekend, family trip to Tohoku or Hokkaido. If you want to chat about Tohoku stuff, let me know. I mean, I'm sure you already have it all picked out, but... I personally think I personally think if you flew into Hakodate, took the ferry to Oma to Mutsu to Aomori, I think you'd like that a lot. Or actually, honestly, I think you would really like if you fly into Akita, and then you go up to Kita Akita. Futatsui to Odate to Kuroishi. I think you'd like that too. Because I think I remember you really liked, when we were in Kuroishi, I remember that you liked the vibe of that town a lot. Anyway, but I'm sure you have it all. I mean, like... I love Tohoku. But this thing is, I've heard, you know, a lot of people say that Chris talks about Tohoku a lot, but I don't remember him going to like Aomori a lot. Aomori or Akita a lot. For some reason, I think I don't know, I've never watched any of his videos, so I need to go look through perhaps, but there's also so many now that I don't want to, it's like One Piece, you know? But I loved that area. They do have packages covering everywhere. I wonder how that works. Do you have to spend it all in one trip? Do you get to split it up? I don't know. I talked to Kuroken, or no, I didn't talk to Kuroken, but touring Tohoku, but I never checked them out. If he did do a series touring Tohoku, I feel like well, I mean, this is the tough part, you know, when you're creating YouTube content, it's very much like, go to this cool area. It's 10,000 yen vouchers. Okay. Interesting. But also, I don't know, like, I've met Chris a couple of times now, and we've chatted. The first time it was about 5-10 minutes chat, and the second time was about 10-15 minutes chat. But, I don't know, I think, like, in who he is now versus who he was when he first started YouTube, I think are different people. Like, I don't imagine him roughing it more than he has to nowadays. Versus me, like, I slept on the floor the last, like, anyway, but I don't mind it, you know. It's just different styles, different people. That's one thing too. I was watching Pete's stream, and people were asking him about traveling throughout Japan, and I'm like, I don't think he's really traveled that much in Japan. Like, same with Dave. Like, people ask Dave, like, Dave, what are some places to travel? And Dave's like, I don't know. I don't really travel in Japan. So I think it's you know, I don't know. There's a guy I follow on Instagram too, Yama.trips, and he talks about taking people off the beaten path. But even he's like taking them to like Kumano Kodo or you know, different section of Mount Fuji, and it's like those are still pretty. Like, I guess Kumano Kodo, no one really goes to Wakayama, but Pony Boy. Got your auntie in my trap house wearing a thong. You know, grave digging is something like illegal. You know that, right? Oh, it is 10 minutes to the next place. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and ban you. Actually, you know what? No. Yeah, I got this. Timeout. Pony Boy. 242. 420. I think I typed in too many zeros. Wait, how do I change the timeout for longer than that. I can't do it from my phone. Taryn, do you want to do that? Taryn, if you're here, I'll untime him out. And then can you retime him out? I can't time him out for more than 10 minutes on my phone. Or what's the, hold on, what's the command? Timeout. Command. Twitch. I think be milliseconds. No, it's seconds. It's not milliseconds. What? Milliseconds? What? No. Why would it? Who measures? Unless you're running a race, who measures things in milliseconds? We're gonna untime out. Let's try this again. Time out. There we go. Only program issues milliseconds. I think I probably put in too big of a number the first time. I timed him out for 111 hours. What is that, half a week? 2/3 of a week? Only 400k seconds? I wanted to do 4,200,000 seconds, but it didn't let me. I think it was too long. Half a week? Yeah, 168 hours in a week. I banned him for 111.11 hours. Right at lunchtime, be back later. Thanks, Necromancy. Take care. Actually, if you're timed out, can you still watch? I know if you're banned, you can't watch. But if you're timed out, can you still watch? I still don't. There's 2 times I don't, like, I was chatting with Kurokin and chatting with Kurokin because he went to the Twitch partner thing last week and they got a tour of the Amazon Music thing, which is super cool. If you're banned, you can just watch Incog. That happens. I mean, if someone's willing to go open up an incognito window and get all the ads and stuff, then that's up to them. Anyway, Kurokin was streaming last night. Asked him about it, and he went to the what's it called? The Twitch partner party, and then they had a when I got timed out. You got timed out for like 10 seconds though. This guy got timed out for like half a week. But anyway, they have a studio somewhere in Tokyo, and it looks like a full studio that we could rent out. So it has it otherwise. Yeah, I have it where you can't watch if you're banned. I'm gonna at least make them work for it if they want to watch me. You got a 1 second timeout. Yeah. Gelato is 15 minutes up the road. So I think we can go to the bathroom and get some gelato. Even though we've done nothing to deserve gelato, but and then I need to call some places. Actually, we might try to call some places right now. It's got a hot spring. Point was comedic effect, not punishment. Yeah, I don't like banning people. Even that guy yesterday, he like that guy Ponyboy242. He said, and I kind of laughed because it's just to be a first message. What did he say? His first message was, okay, so his first message was blocked. His first message was blocked. I didn't see this. Speaking of scams, I just got a message from. Anyway, first was blocked, but it said, "You look like you have a fat ass, homie," which is funny. I would have laughed at that. For some reason, that was blocked. The message that did come through says, "You look like you have a tiny penis," which I kind of chuckled. I was like, oh, "Okay." Tarn timed him out for 69,420 seconds. Big True. The fat ass part, right? Whoa, hold on. There's this user that we banned on a stream where I mod because they were against humans taking over the world, and that is all they wanted to talk about. He whispered me later, trying to sway me to think that his message ought to be discussed on Dave's stream. Permablock. That's my one big concern. I don't know if Sailor Venus is here, but a while back during the trip, which I do need to revamp the Discord a bit, but someone like added her as a friend because of her playlist, because she curates a lot of the Sensei Martian playlist. A large majority comes from Sailor Venus, and someone like added her as a friend on Discord, and then they read her profile, and then her profile was like at a time it was very not safe for work type of profile. A joke that she likes, whatever, it's her profile, her thing. And then he like came back into my chat, unfollowed me, said, "Why do you have weird people in your Discord?" And then like, I don't know, it's super weird. And I'm like, I don't control, like, I'm not in charge of my viewers' lives. And I'm not going to be like, even if, like, my mom, like, even if Taran had a weird profile statement, okay, like, in my world, in my stream, they're a VIP, they're a regular, they're a mod, like, in my locus of control, they're not doing anything wrong. So I still remember Dave and I laughed about, there was a guy a while back. Dave did a very short book review. Not even a book review. When I came back from my trip, Dave is like, hey, well, you know, inspired by Sensei Marsha, I decided to find my copy of Road to Sata, and yeah. Anyway, he's like, I found my copy of the Road to Sata. I reread it this last weekend, and you know, he goes on like a little like 30-second talk about Alan Booth being like a dreary writer, blah blah blah. And he got a couple of like fairly strong emails saying that like Dave doesn't understand Alan's work or blah blah blah. And I visited Dave at the shop a couple days later, and he like showed me the email, and I was like, what? Like this is like, when we talk about like Alan Booth died 30 years ago, 32 years ago, and the book was written 50 years ago, and a lot of the book is not even like commentary on specific things in Japan. It's his experiences of walking through Japan, which is cool. It's great. It, you know, inspired me. But the people that were like sending Dave emails about it, I was like, Jesus, I hope I never get that. I'm curious if Sailor Venus still has that as her profile. I think she changed it when she got hacked. Let's have it tonight. Look out a stream. And you go to the bathroom. Gelato, and then I think it's a 2-hour walk to where we want to stay for the night. But I don't have a hotel booked, so I need to like call around. Hello. Ought not to exist. Such a weird take. If I did this in the US, I would not leave my stuff around. Even in Tokyo, I typically don't leave my stuff around. I only feel comfortable doing this out in the countryside. Because even in Tokyo, unless it's like Taco Bell and I'm gone for like, I don't know, like, I only do it places I feel safe. What's up, Balmer? Humans have bad impact? Yeah, I mean, humans might have bad impact, but to say that, like, all of us need to die, it's pretty, and it not be like a biblical thing where, like, we want to go to heaven or whatever. I don't know. Hotel's not booked. You know what the cool thing is? This entire trip, I haven't booked a hotel more than 24 hours in advance. How you doing, Martian? I'm all right. This trip has been fun. This trip has been what I needed. We're gonna pay to get out of here. Ooh, sunscreen. You needed a break? What do you mean I needed a break? Need is such an interesting word. I wanted to eat breakfast / lunch. Just like we're about to get some gelato because I want to eat gelato. Wanted to need. No, I just wanted to take a break. This trip is not. I'm not bound by walking only. I'm bound by my desire to have fun. Bound by my desire to show parts unknown. Okay, let's get out of here. Sunscreen is applied. Bill is paid. What's up, Caleb? Colorado tank? It's not Colorado, it's Coleman. Coleman tag. Because I didn't want to remove it. It looked too stylish. What do you... Short little walk up to the gelato place. And then we'll have a couple hours to walk, I think. Good night, Shablo. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you very much. Always good to see you. Alright, sunscreen's applied. Dude, is this not tight? Okay, shorts, not one. Loop to loop. 2. Shorts tied. Phone, wallet. Point this dude down because there are other customers. I think we're good to go. Got everything. Arigatou gozaimashita. Arigatou gozaimashita. Kiyotsukemasu. Oh, hi, arigatou gozaimasu. Rough handling? Nah, the low live I think is just getting out of that house probably. Let's check real quick and see what's going on. Oh, what's going on? Oh, I think it's maybe the Rakuten. Oh no, this. We were only on one connection that whole time. That explains so much. Burger for lunch was a bus. An unforeseen incident in the family. Swore? Yeah. Truffle tiramisu candy. We'll save this for later because gelato is on our mind.
Actually, I bet this melts. Even in the backpack, it's gonna melt, so. Is it chocolate? It is a form of chocolate. It's a tiramisu chocolate. It's chocolate on the outside, stuff on the inside. What's up, Hoybit? Hello from Antarctica. Hold on, did I miss something? Professor Roller, hello, hello. Welcome in. Sorry, I missed. I was in the process. Whenever I get outdoors, sometimes it takes a little bit of time to catch up to chat. Welcome in. And welcome in everybody else as well. Glad you guys are all here. Shaking, but I think we'll hang out a bit. Thank you. Yeah, it was good. He is not He-Man. Looks tasty. They do look tasty. Like I said, though, I'm very worried they're gonna get melted by the time, even if I put them in my backpack with the sun. But maybe I can put them in the fridge later and they'll re-solidify enough for me to eat them. Okay, so like I said, in about like 2 hours from now, that's where I'm hoping to stay. There's a group of like Minshuku and one business hotel that's somewhat close to, they're all somewhat close to a supermarket. And then I think tomorrow we could walk up, because today I woke up fairly early because of the lady making toast. But I'd like to get out the door somewhat early tomorrow. I have work, I have class tonight until 11:30. So I'll sleep by midnight. Concrete plant? Concrete plant. Nice. Do you always have tornadoes? In Oklahoma and Texas, there's almost all, well, I know like Oklahoma for sure. We used to have tons of tornadoes every year, but I don't know where they're happening in Texas, but I don't remember Texas getting that many big ones when I was younger. Tornadoes are very much a thing though. Certain parts of Oklahoma get like demolished every couple years. More specifically. They've been hit by some really big ones. Is it bear season in Japan, the dangerous kind? The dangerous kind are only up north, and we're not up north, so the ones down here I would take my chances with. At least near Tulsa. Tulsa's never really had a bad, it's mainly been like western and central Oklahoma, but because I think further east you get a lot more, there's a lot more rivers and lakes and stuff, so it's a little bit easier for the tornadoes to kind of dissipate. But there's, I mean, there's some really bad ones in like Missouri and Arkansas, so. But again, I don't know, I haven't really checked, I haven't kept up with Oklahoma City weather. I will say I checked the score for the Oklahoma City Thunder game. Thunder beat the Nuggets by like 40 points in that last game. So it makes me wonder if they were just resting the others. Like if they wanted a longer set to, I don't know, I'd have to check and see who all played and stuff. Because same thing, I think they played the Grizzlies the first round, and a couple of times they won by like 50 points in a playoffs game, which is absurd. Just human bears? I saw my first tornado when I first went to visit my family in Oklahoma. We used to stand on the porch. I remember there was a pretty big, I think it was the last year I left. I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks before I left. There were some kind of early tornadoes going on, or maybe it was a little bit before that. But I remember like we all went to the high school football field and people were like, not a lot of people, but not a lot of people were like sitting on the bleachers because it was far enough away and we knew the direction it was going. So our town was safe, but there were people like families had walked to the high school to like go up on the bleachers and like watch. Which I always thought was kind of a bit crazy, but it is what it is. Didn't have anything I know of. You have a giant cat that you can ride? I'm in Illinois. Yeah, Illinois gets a few. They're kind of the northern part of the tornado alley, which is like West Kentucky to Oklahoma pretty much. Here we go. Here's the gelato. Maybe we can. 30-pound cat. That's pretty big. Hold on, is this stable? Splinters. Okay. quite a few people inside, so we'll have to be careful. Open 11 to 5.あ、こんにちは。うん。
ダブルかシングルかお選びいただきまして、
うん。
ダブルですとこの中から2つ。
うん、わかりました。はい。おすすめは何でしょうか、味は。
アスパラガス、
うん。
アスパラの農家を経営してますので、アスパラがおすすめです。
じゃあ。これは甘酒育ち？あ、味は何？甘酒の味？
甘酒の味で、すだちのちょっとした酸味、苦味が後からくる感じ。
うん。
すっきりして、分厚いので、食べやすいかもしれない。
うん。じゃあダブルカップで、アスパラガスと甘酒育ち。はい、カップお願いします。
わかりました。お会計失礼いたします。
はい。
ダブルが1点で550円でございます。
はい、お願いします。
5050円お預かりいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。
18キロ。
お遍路さんですか？
あ、お昼さんと。
あ、じゃないですね。
四国一周してます。歩きと
歩きで
電車両方。
どこからスタートですか？
松山。
あ、松山から
松山。
香川行って徳島。
南の。
南の方から。頑張ってください。
はい、ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとう。
この店、どのくらい営業しますか？
時間ですか？
時間じゃなくて、何年、何ヶ月？
今3年目になります。4年目か。3年経過しました。
Sensei Riz. I don't think so. Okay, I'll be honest. I have no idea how this is going to taste. I don't know if anyone heard the flavors we got. We got we got asparagus flavored and amazake sodachi flavored. I picked the ones that most likely I can't find elsewhere. What flavor are you? There's a citrusy. If I want to eat unhealthy, I'm going to eat unhealthy flavors. It's sudachi, yeah. The asparagus tastes like it's no, it's not painful. It's like this one's very citrusy, and then the asparagus is very bitter. No regrets. It's so weird because like it tastes just like it's like perfectly like asparagus. I think my brain is just having a hard time comprehending like asparagus taste in ice cream form. More jib piano. 'Tis your birthday. Happy birthday, buddy. When do I expect back pain? That's on you. I don't have any back pain yet. Unless I sleep on a uncomfortable futon. I have natto flavor. A lot of gelato places will have local flavors. This asparagus is grown at a farm nearby. Oh, it's just a punch. Like it's not bad, and then boom, the bitterness of asparagus just punches you in the mouth. I don't think I've had bitter asparagus before. Not bitter. I mean, just asparagus has that, like... I don't know if bitter is the right word. Just the asparagus flavor. Like sometimes how broccoli... Disney music, that's what it is. It's not Ghibli, it's Disney. They probably offer samples. No, probably not. A lot of local places don't do samples. But this place might. But a lot of the local places in Tokyo don't. They're not bitter, but what's the word I'm thinking of? Asparagus flavored. This is from Tangled. I've never watched Tangled, but I recognize the song. Asparagussy. Pulling my urine the rest of the day. Alright, let me see what JP's into now. Interesting. Bitter gourd, I wouldn't get Goya. I hate Goya. Well, maybe now it's worth trying. The gelato retain the compound that makes the asparagus smell. We'll find out. I've actually been pretty dehydrated the last few days. I wanna go where the people are. Okay, tentatively, we want to stay at Awa Tachibana. So for those of you on the maps, there's a few different inns in this area. Kool-Aid gelato, that'd actually probably be pretty good. That one doesn't look to be in business. Fukushima Seoul does not look to be in business. Tensui? Where are you headed? Awa Tachibana Station. Tentatively. All of the inns in the place don't seem to have any. There's one business hotel. Everything else seems to be booked up. Vanilla ice cream sprinkled salmon roe. I don't know about that. Is this from Ratatouille? This is from Ratatouille. The greatest Disney movie ever made. I don't know about the greatest, but for a long time it was one of the most well-reviewed Disney movies, or Pixar movies of all time. You prefer Pop Rock topping? I'm gonna go ahead and take out, I guarantee, I'll take out all the money in my bank. I don't think we've ever had Pop Rocks, Riku, on top of ice cream. I think you're just trying to say things to sound cool. Pop Rocks on ice cream. Rice Krispies or Captain Crunch, some Fruit Loops, maybe. Now salmon roe is good, ice cream's good, but combined, I don't know. I have seen some places offer a salmon roe and uni on ice cream, but the asparagus flavor is very strong. Ratatouille might be the goat. What's a broke traveler? Mitsuko? Oh, it's called Itami on Google. Hercules. You will come to find in time that this stream is less about walking and more about gelato. Are we reaching Tokushima today? Tokushima City? No. Yeah, that's where I was at, JP. That's where I was gonna have to call some places and see. If that Minshuku you listed is 6,000 with food, I bet it's 4,500 without food. Last night we had some really good food. Now it's gelato. And today, to be fair, today is a relaxing day. This whole trip has been a lot more relaxing than my last trip. Or I guess like 2 trips ago. Last trip was making sure Lyle had a good time. I mean, me too. Make sure I have a good time too, but... Can you hear this, Martian? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's been fun. I'm sure I'll punish my body at some point throughout the year. I'll probably reach Tokushima tomorrow. I enjoy the leisurely streams. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I still don't know what that other flavor is. Homemade miso. The problem is this. The problem is I don't typically like breakfasts at... What I mean by this is, historically, I like to leave the room... I don't like to be shoehorned into stuff in the morning. Sensei loop video. I do think I took some recording of the train yesterday. I do think we're gonna update some of the BRB stuff when I get back home. Of course, if we can get to where Kama's go to. Hold on, let me make a call. 08842. No, it's good. Don't get me wrong. It's good. It's good gelato. It's just a very unique flavor. I like the current BRB walking feed. I need to change it a little bit, I think. I like it too, but I don't know, I've been thinking a lot lately about what I want to do. What I do need to do, while I love Dave and I love Lyle, we need to probably retire those videos for a little while. This place makes homemade miso. No, one of the inns I'm looking at tonight. The reason I don't usually like eating at the inn is because I like to explore restaurants in the area. And sometimes if I eat at the inn, dinner and breakfast, I end up just staying in and I don't really explore as much. You tweeted the thumb, am I? And I've already seen there's a couple of really good, allegedly really good ramen restaurants nearby. Yeah, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna make a phone. あ、もしもし。はい、痛みそうですか？はい、今日部屋空いてますか？あー、わかりました。はい、いえ、大丈夫です。はい、失礼します。They said no, or that they're not in business or something. They're not in. The mic was really bad. I think I heard "eigyo shimasen," "sumimasen." I don't know. It was really, but I mean. Master's a tablet preps for a night of blissful slumber. Thank you, thank you. My stripper name is Bubbles. Welcome in, Bubbles. Unless you're off duty, in which case, welcome in. I think I'll be saying off too. Fukushima So is closed as well. Deadline. Yeah, I'm gonna try that one real quick and see. But it's a bit, I guess it's fine. I think that is also a deadline. はい、すみません。今日部屋空いてますか？あ、そうですか。その部屋いくらですか？一人で7000円ですね。一つ残り？うん、わかりました。じゃあ、多分今考える後で電話します。はい、ありがとうございます。A bit steep on the price. I mean, honestly, it's not too bad. 7,000 is more than I want to pay, but it's not. It has a nice hot spring, it looks like. And I kind of want to stay in that area. Prices are about the same. Yeah. That's kind of what I was like, kind of in the middle of. There's a lot more stuff around Anan though. Super hotel for 9,800. I mean, honestly, I think we just booked that place for 7,000. Because that gives us a place to walk, like a place to walk to. I'm way too bored for the last 5 days. Well, he's not had power for the last 5 days. It's either that or we reroute to Imoto Business Hotel, which also looks like there's pretty much nothing out that way. And we kind of have to backtrack. That was business in Ichiraku. All of the local places don't have them. All the numbers are disconnected, or what I assume are disconnected. Tenzai wa da 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 da. Okay. Because we already took the train today for half an hour. If I go up to Anan, we'd probably have to take the train, or we'd just have to. Probably let's not do that. I have a bad experience with business hotel in general. I have had great experiences with business hotels. Some of them are smoky. That's just the reality of some of them. Like, you really can't be too picky when you're in like my situation. Unfortunately, the smokiness, like we stayed at, actually, I wanna write a complaint because they were also being bitches at, or not, I mean, they were just being shitheads at the check-in. But in Aki, Hotel Tamai, I was told a non-smoking room, and then when I opened up the bathroom, it smelled like 1,000 years of stale cigarettes. And then when I turned on the air conditioning, it kind of spit out some smoke and stuff. So, okay. All right, I'll call the business in.
People will take from it what they will. We have no idea. You know, that's something I've learned too recently about the YouTube thing. This is since Corona. It wasn't like this before Corona. We had occasional visitors would come in and say they'd seen something on YouTube and thank you and wow, good conversation. Since the return of tourism to Japan after the pandemic, my life is dramatically changed in the volume of things that are happening to me, but it's also changed in the content. The people that come in the door now, overwhelmingly, are people who are very familiar with what I'm doing and what we've done through these social media things, but they're also, it's not just about the printmaking anymore. You know, they're coming because they want to see this person who has affected their lives, and we hear all kinds of different stories. It's not about that they learned how to use paste on a wood block. It just goes really all over the place.
Reviews in order. I thought about doing a stream of it. Doing a stream of me reviewing all the places I want to review.
Okay, ありがとうございました。Okay. Got here. Review of what now? All of the hotels that I've ever stayed in. Just do like a 12-hour stream of me reviewing all the hotels, because I have it written down. Hot spring might be nice. I wonder if it's 7,000 flat or if it's 7,000 plus tax. Either way, it's still cheaper than a lot of the other options we were gonna have. And honestly, I mean, even then, it's the most expensive we've spent on this trip, but it's still pretty reasonable. Hot spring might be nice. You're trying to get yourself in hot water. No, I mean, like, usually I don't pamper myself. Usually it's just community bath. Like last night, I waited until 7 o'clock to take my bath. Because I was like, okay, everyone's going to be done by then. It's a nice metal bath, Martian hot pot, you know. And I get a little knock on the door. I'm like, ah, that's probably the young lady. I say young lady, she actually probably is my age, but metal bath, young lady. Metal bath, yeah, metal bath. I don't know, I feel like I'm getting older. I know a few people in the chat are gonna chuckle at me saying that, but when a lot of the travelers I meet are like early 20s. Now that said, I also meet a lot of travelers who are like in their 50s and 60s. Because that's one cool thing about Shikoku is like there's so many people doing the pilgrimage or some version of it. I don't think all of them are walking 100% of it, but I do think a fair amount of them are walking chunks of it, taking train, walking chunks of it, taking train. And that's pretty cool too. So he means one of those old cauldron style baths. Nah, it's just it's a tub that's metal. If you go look at one of my Instagram stories, it's very similar to the one, or not Instagram stories, one of my Instagram reels, sorry. It's very similar to that. Like it looks like a normal bathtub, but it's just metal instead of ceramic or porcelain or plastic, whatever yours comes in. Well, that's why I said 50s and 60s. These are people who, kids are off at college now, they have a bit more money, or they're retired. Yeah, I have not met any people in their 30s, 40s. It's either been like early 20s or like late 50s plus. I'm also self-employed with staff. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit different. I mean, some people, you know, can manage those types of things, but even in the US, like I get asked all the time, they're like, why do people in the US take long vacations? And I was like, what are you talking about? They're like, my image is that people in the US take long vacations. I was like, no, rich people maybe, but like the average US person doesn't have like 1,000, or not average. Somewhere like it was like 40 to 50% of Americans don't have an extra $1,000 in an emergency fund. So I'm like, if they don't have that, they're probably not taking vacations. I know I throw out the word rich very loosely. I don't mean to But I'm like, no, it's, and also businesses in the US, like, if you work for a great company, sure, you can take time off, but a lot of ones, like even my mom, you know, she's in her 60s, and she's been having to take time off for health related stuff, and they're just like, I don't know, kind of trying to screw her. So it's like, what? I don't know. It's a whole thing. You're good. Oh yeah. I gave him the wave and then he gave me the salute. Shout out to old man driver. May I know the location because I will be traveling to Shikoku too. Hold on. He's fired, so he got 3 months. Yeah. I know actually a fair amount of people who who've done that. They're in between jobs, so they're like, I'll just take off for a bit. May I know the location because I'll be traveling to Shikoku too. Location of what, of this hotel? I wouldn't recognize. There's a lot of good hot springs in Shikoku. This is a very standard business hotel. I would imagine it's not Original Suites. Damn, that's pretty good. We literally just had gelato though. Something gluttony. How can I meet young girls? No, I didn't say young girls were in the bath. It's a house. There's one bath in the house. So you have to like when you're at your house, like when I'm at my mom's house, if my mom's taking a bath, I knock on the door. Hey mom, oh shit, you're in here. Okay, cool. Let me know when you're done. That type of thing. No, 99.99999% of baths are separate, and the 0.00001% that aren't, not young girls in them. It's a bunch of old dudes and old women, or they're way out in like the mountains, and they're called hito onsen, which are like secret hot springs, like natural hot springs, and that's just whoever's there. No, at the house I was at, there's just one bath, a one-person bath, and you reuse the water. So okay, hold on. 30s, 40s be stuck in 9 to 5 work? Yeah. Average vacation, working class person only gets 2 weeks of vacation. Yeah, and that's what, and even then it's like, I know people who can get vacation, but then like, just the cost of everything, they're like, no thanks. Yeah, necromancy is correct, yeah. 4 weeks annual leave a year, not including, that's nice. 18 sick days, it adds up, so I don't use any for next year. That's really nice. Thought it was those Shinto public baths. Those will always be, again, and if by chance you do find a place that is if you do happen to find a place that's not separated by, you know, male female, I guarantee you there will be 0 attractive boys, 0 attractive girls. Except for me. If you see me in one, it's one of one. But everyone else will be like retired. The attractive boy or girl. I would like to think I'm a reasonably attractive boy. Man, whatever. Dude, the sun is beating down on us. I'm so glad I put on sunscreen. The friends that would turn the face bath. I would say there's a stigma against American men taking baths. I think it's gotten better recently, but yeah, when I was a kid, we're not gonna like, but when I was a kid, if you were a guy, taking baths equals. Anyway. But I'll fist fight anyone who says that. One, because they're homophobic, and two, because baths are dope as fuck.
自由民主党の政策宣伝カーでございます。こちらは大石周参議院徳島選挙区支部長大石周を先頭に活動する自由民主党の政策宣伝カーでございます。都市集中から地方分散へ大石周は
自由民主党
地方の声を届ける役割を自由民主党に指導していただきたい。本日はその思いで政策の宣伝
Like they really need to drive around. It is kind of neat to see that probably that party will eventually lose power in my lifetime, but it's only taken, I don't know, 100 years to do it. You're a man who showered and dressed nice and that you were metrosexual? Yeah. Well, that's what people said, but if you were, like where I came from, they would throw out slurs. Like heaven forbid I comb my hair and cut my fingernails. I never dress nice because I have no fashion sense. That really hasn't changed. You can't tell. I do feel good when I wear suits and stuff, but I don't have enough opportunities or situations where I really want or need to wear suits. And now that it's summertime, you won't see me in anything besides shorts and a t-shirt. Good luck. Need the Bubbles and Rubber Ducky, Bert and Ernie style, straightest, most masculine characters in all of fiction. Nah, baths are, no, like there's, same with cold baths too. I'm not encouraging people to go take ice baths either, but in a lot of the hot springs, there'll be a natural water or cold water, reisui or kisui. Natural, and you get into the regular hot one and then you get into that cold one real quick, or you do sauna to that. That'll wake you up. Finish up before the bath and the bath serves a different purpose. Yep, 100%. Hydrate, thank you. Up here in this shade, I'll hydrate. Cut my fingernails more when I'm doing. I hate the feeling. I cut my fingernails this morning. If it's been more than a few days, I get like, if they catch on anything, insta like, I get this like self like not heebie-jeebies, but I'm like, ugh. And we're giving them more use of bidets. I actually, here's a hot take. I prefer cold water bidets. I guess that's a cold take, huh? Nah, if the bidet water's too hot, it feels really weird. Like it feels like, I'm not gonna get into what it feels like, but it feels very strange. I want like regular tin, yeah, cold or regular tin. I will say hot toilet seats I can get behind, but the hot water, it's a very strange feeling. .26 Celsius. It's starting to get a bit warm. Dude, that is a giant hawk over there. That's like 100+ meters away and it's still very large. You still know what the pressure up is? Only take scorching hot showers. I don't mind room temp and above. Depends on my mood too. But no, hot bidets are like, they don't feel good. There are pictures. Pictures of what? On the bidets? Some of them have pictures. What is that? Kokoro to Kokoro Onsen Han? What is that? I can't read it from here. Oh, Sen Fu Kai. Sen Midori? Kokoro to Kokoro Sen Fu Kai. Midori Kaze Kai. I don't know. It's the kanji for green, the kanji for wind, the kanji for group or association. Dome. The dormitory? I don't know. I'm confused. Sorry, wrong chat. That's okay. Scorching out for my body, room temp or other for my hair. I actually progressively work up room temp and then I start increasing the heat, and then before I get out I turn it fairly cold. Do a quick little rinsey rinse and then get out. This is a cool building over here. Green wind sounds like flatulence to me. Hopefully the wind isn't green. I mean, hopefully none of it's green, if we're being honest. If it's green, you need to check your diet. A little bit less Taco Bell, you know? What is this? Can anyone give me any information on what this is? 営業中10時から8時 But my Baja Blast? It looks like a coffee shop, but I really can't tell. I mean, we just had food too. It looks, my guess is it's a coffee shop, but part of it looks like the abandoned towers at Lord of the Rings. What are you? Might even be multiple businesses. Huh. It's a cafe. Huh. I mean, we just got food. What's up, Stella? Yofu Summer Breeze. Get something to go. It's not that kind of cafe. I think we just take a picture and remember it for the future. Because we just had gelato. Very interesting. Another eat day, another dessert day. You had healthy gelato? I did. I had asparagus gelato. I mean, we have time, don't we? We do have time. All right. We'll go over there and get... The thing is, the coffee is going to be expensive. I bet it's like 500 yen for a coffee. Hold on, let's check the menu. Oh, dude, it's like food. I don't think they have any like coffee type. It's also very expensive. $400 yen for coffee. I mean, you know what? That's fine. We've got time. Family make pizzas? Yeah. Getting the turning right. You know what? What's a second lunch, huh? Oh, I see. You can park up here. Ooh, tight squeeze. It's no phone. Hi, 一人で。はい。はい、ありがとうございます。Get a second food in. Since we're here.はい、ありがとうございます。That's pretty neat.
renovation. I don't think they probably ever renovated this place. It looks pretty original. Ah, すみません。はい、サラミピザセット、
セット、はい、
コーラでお
コーラで、
願いします。
はい。
とりあえず、はい、すみません。ありがとうございます。
たりですけど。はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。この食べ物の写真よろしいですか？
食べ物は大丈夫。
はい、ありがとうございます。
はい、お待たせしました。
Yeah, filming's not allowed. I didn't know that until we started reading reviews. There's no signs. I was reading reviews of the place, and they'll start yelling at you. So we're just gonna point it down for now. People are pissed. Yeah, sorry, chat. I was reading the reviews and all of them say no photography and filming inside, so.
社長やってこうで番組 ドラマ出るのキャストの阿部寛録画しておってんだけどキャスターをつける撮影終了とんかつであれ取ったけど裏ジャンがなかった大衆はあったね。
お願いします。
でまあ特にいつものところです大衆裏ジャンが少なかった。
多分大丈夫です。このルシートはちょっとかっこいいからちょっとお目当て欲しかったけどできないから大丈夫です。はい、いいですか。
何も書いてないです。
はい、大丈夫です。面白い。僕はいつも日本に縦断しました。歩きで。ちょっと面白いところを見たいかな。もう今日歩きだけちょっと外ビルの外ちょっと面白いね。何それ？キャフェか。ありがとうございます。
はい、ごちそうさまでした。
ありがとうございました。
Okay. So allegedly, hold on, we'll get to it in just a second. Okay, so I was wrong. It's not an old building. It's a building that was specifically built this way. Our expert got destroyed in cross-examination. Sorry everybody. Yeah, it was so I got a message from Y-Chan, and I think we could have, there's no signs anywhere that say no filming, but apparently if they see you filming, they'll yell at you. If you read the reviews, a ton of people talk about, like, someone was trying to take pictures of their kids eating the food, and they're like, no pictures. If you want to take pictures of your kids, do it outside. Whew. So Y-Chan sent me that message. I was like, all right, cool. We're going to point the camera down because the camera looks off, but if that's their rule, even though it's not posted anywhere, once we know of the rule, we have to follow the rules. So I asked if I could take a picture of the food, and she said only the food, but that's okay. So it's very unfortunate because the cafe is probably the coolest cafe I've ever been in my life. It's pretty fucking cool. But I was wrong. It's not an old building. The guy who owns the land, he himself has put every brick by brick up himself. Allegedly. That's what I found out through the reviews on Google. And some people call it the Sagrada Familia of Tokushima, which is pretty neat. I don't know. It's unfortunate because it's really, really, really cool. Must have financial backing? I don't think so. I mean, it's been around for a while, and honestly, I don't think brick is that. I mean, over the course of X number of years, I don't think it's necessarily that crazy. And I don't know if he literally did it all by himself, or if he was involved in. But you can tell on the inside, it's all custom. Like the sink was just a giant slab of like granite or something that had been, the sink basin part had just been carved out, had been like chiseled away. I don't know, it was very, very, very cool. But and I could tell, like, a lot of the reviews complained about the staff members being kind of rude. And I could kind of get that. She wasn't, like, rude to me, but she was pretty curt, I guess. Expensive. I mean, but this is an old building. I mean, it's been around for... They have Google reviews going back, like, 10 years. So I imagine it's been around for quite some time. It's not new by any means. Building materials have only recently gotten expensive in the last 10, 20 years. If it was built 20, 30 years ago, then this land is probably not super valuable because it's too far away from actual Tokushima City. It's too far away from Kochi. Like, she's not friendly. The two staff members I saw were over 50, maybe over 60. I can't tell, it's hard to tell. But yeah, no, if it's one guy who did it, I mean, just the sheer willpower to do something like that. I mean, it's and yeah, I mean, money is definitely an issue there as well. Not as much as building it elsewhere, but it still probably cost a couple $100,000. It's a huge, like, it opens up in the back, like, it was like 30 steps plus to the bathroom. Don't give a shit. And I don't think they ever did. Like, a lot of the reviews, even 10 years ago, it's like, they're like, but honestly, a lot of the reviews too, where people were also soft. This is one complaint I have about Japan. And we've talked about this before, because expectations are so high in Japan. If it doesn't meet like even that, like what I got there, I would say, like, based on all of that, like, she gave me a receipt because I asked for it. I said, oh, that's really cool, could I like have a copy of that? She's like, oh, that's fine. I would give her a solid like 3.5 out of 5 based on my interactions. But because people in Japan expect a 5 out of 5 naturally, like, a lot of them were like, they came in at a busy lunch, like Obon lunch, and they were full, and so she said, hey, we're full, you should probably go somewhere else. And the customer's like, we couldn't even get seated because she told us to go to another restaurant. It's like, yeah, if you're full and you don't know how long customers are going to be, that's not necessarily like bad advice. Like, that's almost more honest. Like, I would rather get told like, hey, sorry, like, you know, we don't want you waiting around because it's a nuisance, versus like, oh, it'll be 10 minutes and then 30 minutes passes and we're still waiting type of thing. So I think a lot of people out here are probably just not used to like human interaction. I don't know. They don't want people hanging around. Well, because to be fair, getting into the building and then like the hallways to the front are pretty narrow, and then the parking, I guess, is somewhat limited, but. And then like they don't want kids and stuff in there too, which is kind of like, or I don't know if they don't want kids, but some people, when they were trying to make a reservation for kids, they were like, oh, sorry, we're full. But like, I kind of get that. I mean, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I mean, like, it's their own place, you know? But if they don't want young kids, if everyone else is having a chill time, it's hard. It's hard to like, oh, this is okay, this is not okay. Because it's a private, I mean, it's a private cafe. But it's really, really, really cool. I don't know how many people are going to go to Tokushima, but it's really, really, really cool. I would go back there again for sure. Very reasonably priced food. Everything was reasonably priced. I think it could be mostly a safety thing. Some people are complaining about that too. They're like, blah, blah, blah. I wonder how it is against earthquake review. It's like, who gives a shit? It's not lodging, I think, so I don't think it has to follow the same rules. And if it was built, you know, pre-1980, which I don't know when it was built, Manipulative review? I mean, but you can also say no to that. You can say, I'm good, thanks. Give me my bill, please.
Hey, buddy. We're okay.
Hello. I'd never go to a tsundere. I've never been to a maid cafe before. I've been to a couple of snack bars that were awfully hostess style. Not intentionally. I was on my big walk and I was like, oh, it's a snack bar. Nomi Hodai for an hour is like 2,000 yen, which is fucking cheap. That's like 3 drinks an hour. And if you're trying to get your money's worth, you can pound back pretty much anything but beer. I can pound back at a drink per 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how you know, sideways I'm trying to get, how froggy I'm trying to get, you know. Yeah, the problem is just paying money for interaction is such a weird thing. That's why I like going to the older karaoke bars where I'm the youngest one by like a decade. And you just get free shit constantly. Because they're like, hell yeah, dude, you can sing? You want to hang out? Like at the bar, not like afterwards or anything. But just having a good time. They're also more likely to chat. If you pay for interaction, it's often like really shallow bullshit. And it starts out that way at the free places too. At the old people bars and stuff. But over time, they'll start to ask you like just some random questions. And you're like, oh yeah, here's my answer to that, you know? Cool novelty to absolute cringe. Yeah, there's some pretty, I don't know, I mean, everyone's got their own cup of tea, but some cups of tea taste like shit and probably shouldn't drink them. I think another thing too is the one big reason I have no interest in maid cafes, because I have really virtually no interest talking to anyone under 25 unless I'm helping them with English, like getting a job or getting into college or something, unless they're paying me money. I'm not saying every single person under 25 I'm gonna like ignore, but that's not what I mean. I just mean as far as like developing a friendship and or, you know, consistent talking schedule. Usually pay for company. I'll never pay for company. I would rather pay for my friends' beers than pay for a stranger. I mean, like paying a stranger, like one beer for a stranger is fine, but paying like multiple beers or drinks for a girl who, one, I have a significant other, but two, like even if I was single, absolutely nothing's gonna happen with that person. And not that like life is not a zero-sum game. I have to get X amount of stuff for Y amount of I mean, like, I'm not saying that either, but I don't know, it just, for me personally, paying for company that way is just not, I don't know, it feels outside, it feels shallow. It's like a mercenary, you know? At the end of the day, the mercenary is going to go to the highest bidder. posts all stuff by female body. Nah, I can't, because all the dudes that go there are like, it's, I don't know, when you go to places like that, you're attracting, like I saw some people the other day I got kind of annoyed with. We were in Kochi City and a bunch of, it was like 3 or 4 foreign dudes walked right into a high school outfit shop. And it's like there's no reason for that other than them being weird. Went to this girls' bar during New Year's Eve, and most of them have a blast, but totally most of them are 40 plus years old. That's not a normal girls' bar then. Your friend, I don't know, there are bars like that where it's just a bunch of 30, 40-year-old housewives who go hang out with other housewives, but or like snack bars where it's just a bunch of mama-sans, which is also cool, but I don't know. Maybe I'm too vanilla in life, too straight edge. Really gotta get over. Oh wait, we have sidewalk. Never mind. I don't even know if Dave's been to a maid cafe. That'd be fun. Go to a maid cafe with Dave. That's probably about the only person I think I don't know who I would go to a maid cafe with. Exploit young people with poor pay. Yep, 100%. The English menu? No, I don't know though. I mean, he was born in England, but he was raised in Canada for the most part. And then he's been in Japan the last 40 years. I will say he's the one who, I think he's the one who mentioned getting strong zeros and putting them in 7-Eleven smoothies. I think that's some like Dave tech. That's like the deep forbidden lore. That's like the Aslan lore. Hub British pub. Yeah, let's take Dave to the hub. English for me. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. I think we really need to get over. think that was some street community hack he heard of. I think he thought of it first. And then it became a street community hack. Because Dave, you gotta remember, Dave, or maybe one of the staff members told him, I don't remember, but Dave does not have a smartphone. So either he hears it through his own stream, he hears it through the shop, or he hears it through word of mouth from the staff members. 40's not old though. That's, I mean, makeup and lighting's a lot of it. You'd be surprised at how many even like snack bars are pretty well lit behind, like well lit or not well lit depending on what they're trying to do. Yugu Hotel. We almost stayed here. It's a little bit expensive. Oh, full. She's programming it maybe? Dude, this is amazing. All this is bamboo. All these little like yellow, green, that's all bamboo. We saw a baby turtle and a parent turtle. They swam under though. Oh, there they are. Oh, they went back under. Over there. There's one over here too. They keep swimming back underground or back underwater. They like almost surface and then it's like they catch wind of me or something. Thank you very much, Arctic Wolf. Have a good night. Ah, the turtle's over there. That's just one. Where's the two turtles? Ah, there they are. I haven't moved. Maybe they're going over to get that other turtle. Ooh, there's another turtle over there. Alright. Don't stand around too much. Maid Cafe? Nah. Dave would never go to a Maid Cafe. Maybe if it was like my dying wish. Possibly. But even then, probably not. He'd say, sorry, Jason, I just don't think it would be interesting. Or I'm just not interested. I remember when I asked him his favorite food. He's like, I don't do these types of questions. I was like, God damn. All right. Interview over. I asked your favorite Japanese food. Oof. Blunder on my part. What is my favorite part of this walk? Honestly, weaving transportation in and out. It's been fun in a way that, like, I would have been fine walking everything, but it's like, oh, there's a train that leaves in 15 minutes. I gotta get to the station. It's 8 minutes walk to the station. Gotta get to the station. It's kind of a pressure that puts on, and then it allows me, because then it's like, okay, well, how far do I want to take it? How far do I want to take the transport? It's like, well, I don't want to take it super long, but if I take it too short, then it's like, why did I even take it to begin with? Unless it cuts out like a lot of elevation, or cuts out a lot of like highway walking, or like no resources walking. Not that we need constant access to convenies and stuff, but like if there's no convenies for over 2 hours, it's just not something I want to do right now. Like 2 hours is a pretty good amount, from like meal to conveni to stop to conveni, you know, whatever. But if it's like, oh, it's 3.5 hours and nothing, and it's mainly highway, then I'm probably gonna skip that if I can. But I'm also not trying to wait like at the station for an hour plus for the next thing, so. Oh, Shikoku! Dude, Shikoku is so slept on. There's tons of cool stuff down here. Tons of cool stuff. Super Golf Club. I like the fact that it's a highway trip, maybe more than just a street view. Thank you. No, I was very, very worried when I first started the trip. I was like, people are gonna come out of the woodwork and be like, why are we taking a train? Then I realized I don't care. Like, I just want to have a good time. I want to like see as much as I can, experience as much as I can, still get some steps in, but not have to stress like, oh man, there's no hotel for 33 kilometers. I guess I have to hoof it. It's like, now we can take a train for 25 kilometers and walk 7 or 8, you know? and still have a grand old trip and stop at some coffee shop that doesn't allow photos but looks super cool from the outside. Some asparagus gelato. Like I wouldn't have, if I was on a walking thing, I wouldn't have stopped 3 times. Because I wouldn't, and mentally I would have been like, oh no, I gotta get down the road. I gotta get to the next stop. Still an adventure regardless, yep. We got to be getting fairly close. Asparagus gelato is quite interesting. I was surprised. Again, it's weird because I like asparagus, and it tastes exactly like asparagus. But mentally, my brain was like, "Hey, this is ice cream. Whoa, this is asparagus." Like that. That was Kame no Mori, Forest of Turtles, Turtle Forest. I mean, I guess we're not super close. I bet we're still probably about half an hour out, yeah? There's a bus stop. Machiai Kyukei Tokoro. Kyukeijo? Kyukeisho? Love asparagus, warm asparagus. Ads are coming up, everybody. Thank you for your understanding. If you have an extra Amazon Prime, please consider using it on the channel. If not, if you have cash, that works too. I guess not cash, but credit. And I completely understand if you don't have either of those. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Just hanging out does help the channel. Interactions help the channel. Chats help the channel. Following social media helps the channel. "45-ish minutes? Damn, what took me so long?" Really? Huh. Here I was thinking we had 30 minutes. I see. Maybe I took a wrong turn somewhere? No, that's not possible. "45 minutes on the dot. How about that? Take the 55 up. あ、こんにちは。Whoa, whoa, whoa. The Bear, the Legend, $75. Holy moly. Wow, 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 wow. Because I can and you're awesome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. 55 route has a climb and goes through a 1 kilometer tunnel. So we probably don't want to do the 55, huh? Wowza, wowza, wowza. No, seriously, that's giant support. I'm very, very appreciative of that. Thank you so much. If you're interested in getting a postcard, please DM me on Discord. Probably send some out in Tokushima, probably. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Past my village fund? Yeah, the village was last week, so we're paying our debts off, but thank you. I do appreciate that. Okay. This has me crossing the street and going that way. I don't think this way has me taking any tunnels. This way does not have me taking any tunnels. It has me going outside of town. Is that what you've got, Taran? Going around? We still hook into the 55 later, huh? I bet that's the tunnel. Bear, again, thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate that. Okay, cool. That's what I've got too. Frogger? Yeah, good luck. If it's 2 lane, or if it's like 2 ways, I'll think about it, but like 4 ways plus double lanes each way, 3 lanes over here, I'm good. I don't mind Frogger, but Frogger when the deck is stacked against you, I'm aight on that. Smells like grandma's house. I haven't even been to my grandma's house in like, golly, 20 plus years. I think next time I go back I need to go see her. The problem is mom and grandma have like a decades old beef and I would never hear the end of it. Is there a golf course in that hill above the tunnel? Well, there is a practice golf place over there, and then I think there's a golf course over this way. There's a couple of golf courses down this way. There's I think I saw it, the Tachibana or the Awa golf course. I think I can just go up this way. That trash bags that smell like vanilla. Harmo, you got it. Thank you. Okay, cool. Tachibana Area Shelter Park. My mom, or not my mom, my grandma used to work at a, I don't know the correct term, polymer production or plastic. I don't know how much I can say without doxing my grandma. I mean, she retired a long time ago. I think it was called Kerwood, and then it was bought into Viscase, Viskase, and they made tons of stuff. There was a factory in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, and anyway, but they would make these bags, and they were bags for they were industrial bags. And I remember I went there one day. Grandma was taking us around, and the manager of the plant said, "Well, son, you know what? If you can stick your finger through that bag, I'll give you $10. And I was a kid, and I remember trying it. Couldn't even, not even a little bit. Even as an adult, couldn't do it. Not even close. I don't know what those bags are made of, but they were really, really tough. Cinnamon roll smell. I wish my grandma's house smelled like cinnamon rolls. Sakai Bekon. Is that Yokon? What are you? Chocolate Bob, thank you very much. Pecan pie crust is what smell reminds me of. My grandma was not really a baker, but she would make what, pecan clusters, pecan pralines. I was never a fan. The texture of pecans were not my cup of tea. It's like a chalky nut almost. Like my nut hard, you know. Well, you know what I mean. Probably came out wrong. Nah, he would watch you. He would watch you do it. Even with some knives, I'm not sure it would. Those things were incredibly tough. My great-grandfather has some of the best pecan trees in the area. That's nice. I think I take a left here, but I do indeed take a left. Oh, I see, I see. I understand what you're saying. Konnichiwa. This used to be a ryokan as well, but we see no signs. Digging this side road. Side road equals shade. Main road we've probably been cooking until the tunnel. You mean still, huh? Where did you grow up, Sensei? I grew up in western Oklahoma. About an hour and 10 minutes west of Oklahoma City. First time I've seen a cop on a scooter. Shouldn't be a tunnel. This route was the alternative to the... Okay, cool. Oh no, I meant like this way is a ton of shade. So close. I was being nostalgic in my head how bring up, you know, it's very much, yes, I agree. I always think about this too, and I think this is one reason why a lot of people like peat as well. There's something about having a kind of a Midwest, Southwest charm. Handshake, look you in the eyes, know how to change a spare tire type of thing. I don't know. There's like you're relatable. But I think that's also, anyway, but that aside, that kind of authenticity of where like I genuinely want to help, or I genuinely like, you know, show up. Like my mom was always like, if you're on time, you're late. So all of my, like virtually everything that I do business wise, I'm there like between 30 minutes to 15 minutes early, because I can always read a book. I can always, you know, check my email on my phone. If it's a really important meeting, I can go over what I'm supposed to, like, what I want to talk about, what my non-negotiables are, what I'm willing to budge on, like budget or you know, time frame or things like that. But if you're late, then you've possibly fucked yourself. So I don't want to say living in a city makes people cold, but it kind of does, you know. So I'm glad that I was raised the way I was and working at a young age, and I don't mind cleaning the toilets or sweeping up gunk that's not ours. From the South of America, so that Southern German hospital, and how are you supposed to be German, so I get it. Yeah. Yep. And again, not that like because I never fluff I never fluff myself for stream. What you see is what you get. No smoke and mirrors here. But it helps that I'm allowed to just be authentic and I guess somewhat humble. I know like saying I'm humble makes me not humble, but I've been told by other people that I'm humble, so I'm echoing their words, not my own thoughts of myself. Missed the tunnel? No. Tachibana Hall. It's closed down. No, I get it. That's why I like it. You seem so authentic, which is cool. Grounded in what you're doing is so real. Do I rejoin the 55? Okay, cool. Oh, and then I see the next time I get off is when I skip the tunnel, right? Because here in a little bit I'll take another kind of left and go. I see. Well, it's just exhausting. Like that's one thing. I think some people paint themselves in a hole, into a corner, where like their online persona doesn't match their. And I guess once you get big enough, it doesn't really matter, because you're still gonna have just that star power. Whew. Starting to get a bit toasty. I see the one to the north. Oh, gotcha. Cool. Is it at any time to take this road to the left? I guess we could just hop on that road. Negligible. How you doing? What's up, Mr. Edmund? Good to see you. Mr. Edmund is shout out to Mr. Edmund. Mr. Edmund does it's not blacksmith, it's like metalworking and plays some games sometimes. But Mr. Edmund, back when Lyle and I streamed the very first time together, Mr. Edmund's the one who, oh, this is a big boy. It's a big old lizard. Mr. Edmund's the one who found my profile and linked it in chat for other people to Thanks, lizard bro. No, you're good, you're good, you're good. We're chill, we're chill. So, yeah, thanks for coming in. Hope you're doing well. Cool to see you. Thanks, man. Nah, man, thank you. 1:30. Yeah, I knew it's getting late Eastern time. You know, Lyle made a video with me in it, Mr. Edmund. It was pretty neat. I'm very humbled that I was able to serve, you know, be in kind of everyone's life, I suppose. Photographic memory. It's pretty good. It's not photographic. It is pretty sharp though. It's one of my, it's a gift and a curse. It allows me to appear mediocre at a lot of things. The problem is I also get kind of bored. So then I can get mediocre at a lot of things, and then I never want to be a master of anything. It's the same reason I've had like kind of personal not qualms, but I've had internal quandaries about getting into paper making or getting into bamboo goods making, because both of those trades need somebody to do it full time for the rest of their life, and I don't know if I have that kind of commitment as far as a job is concerned. Maybe in a couple of years, maybe, who knows. I always think about this too, you know, like I'm always like, oh, I gotta find something, I gotta do something, but I'm still younger than Dave was when he first moved to Japan, so I've got a whole lifetime to figure things out still. Time zones? What time zone are you in, Barrageddon? I've been trying to figure out how to, I think starting earlier is how I hit more time zones. If I can consistently start earlier, then I can catch the nighttime folks in EU, I can catch the post-work people in the US, and then I can catch the morning second screeners of Asia Pacific. Central North America, okay. Feel you're doing well. Thank you. I find it hard to stream anymore, and I get that. I'm supposed to keep my car going. Maintenance always kicks my tail. Yeah, that's one reason I'm very glad I don't have to have a car where I live. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't really want to get I don't really want to live too countryside, because having a car is quite expensive. Maintaining a car in Japan, you have to have shaken, which is car examinations once every 2 years, and they're like $800 depending on the make and model of your car. But like on average, they're between like 80,000 yen and up to like 20,000 yen, I think, every 2 years. In the south, deep south, nice. I like the deep south. I spent, I'd go visit, my mom had a boyfriend that would work as a crane operator, like the big L-size cranes. He built like the Cowboys Stadium, he built some other stuff, he built some casinos down in Lake Charles. So whenever he would go on location, sometimes we'd go drive and meet him. So I like Louisiana. I don't know, like, if I could live, I mean, it feels a bit swampy, but like obviously it's fucking Louisiana, but that, it's got a very interesting history down there too. A lot of different cultures kind of mixed around. I'd probably say that's the most melting pot place with like historical aspects in the US. Yeah, sorry everybody about ads. Ads do exist. They do help keep the bills paid. Look at that view. The maintenance, yeah, that's what I mean, like maintenance, car inspections, all sorts of stuff over here. Dark Choppy, thank you very much. The view is nice where you're at. I'd love to get myself a K-Truck for myself. No reason, I just think they're cool. I like how compact and cute they are, but can still kind of haul some stuff around. Just putting around the farm, yeah. You gotta be getting pretty close, eh? Is that the same garbage truck? Probably not the same. I mean, it could be. It could be the one we passed earlier. Sure enough. What's up, JP? We're almost at the room. Oh, you missed one of the coolest. I mean, we didn't get to film inside of it. I had the camera on the table, and then Y-Chan's like, hey, they yell at you. Like, I was reading the reviews, the Kuchikomi, and they get mad if you take pictures inside. So I was like, okay. So I pointed the camera down, but I still wanted to experience the place. Super, super cool. Like, I don't know how to explain the cafe, but very, very neat. Allegedly, the owner laid all the bricks by himself. I don't know how true that is or isn't, but it does indeed look like a custom job, so that kind of thing makes sense. Sometimes they're just cool to hang out a bit, yeah. I think it was called Dai Botsu Toge. If you look back, like, I don't know, 45, like, look back 3 kilometers from where I'm at right now, you'll see it on the west side of the highway. So yeah, 3-4 kilometers back on the west side of the highway. Dai Botsu Toge, I think Dai Obotsu, Dai something Toge. Dai Obotsu Toge. Here we go, Business Inn, Ichiraku. Konnichiwa. Oh, I don't like this. I think I'm about to step through this metal. I didn't even think about that. Sometimes the IRL map doesn't keep updated as long as I thought it would. There's no crosswalk. Oh, there's a crosswalk. I was like, wait a second. Sword of Doom? Well, allegedly it's based off of a book. I think someone said they were trying to make it the longest fiction book in the world or something. I don't remember. Dai Bosatsu. There we go. Bosatsu Toge. I kept saying Bosatsu, Obosatsu. We're gonna just sit here for a little bit. We can't check in till 3. For the section, the outside looks crazy. Yeah, but apparently the staff are also like pretty crazy. If you go look at the bad review, go look at the bad reviews if you want to laugh. Some of them, it's just people being soft. They're like, I got turned away because it was sold out. I'm never coming back again. It's like, dude, it's sold out. They told you to go somewhere else. Like I said, I think too many people in Japan are so used to 5-star stuff that when they don't get their asses wiped for them, they get mad about it. Yeah, no, it's a lot of weak-willed people. Anyway, yeah, the outside is bananas. I got a lot of photos of the outside. I was allowed to take a photo of the picture. But the whole place is absolutely bonkers. You can tell everything inside's custom. Like that they made it themselves type of thing. The bathroom sink was just a huge chunk of granite that had like the sink portion just kind of like chiseled away and smoothed away. No asswipe 1 star. We got running. It was gruff as hell. The reviews are right. It just, dude, I don't understand. Like, especially the things they were complaining about. It's like, I don't know. People are just soft. I wonder if they let us in 5 minutes early. I don't think they do they? Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and go BRB and go see if we can check in.
Taking any steps, or never making any choices. Like, yeah. If you don't ever make choices, and again, some choices have consequences. Of course. But you never get to see consequences if you never make the choice. So. Yeah.
Right. Man, it's totally better to take the chance, yeah, and have it fail than to never have taken the chance at all.
Yeah. So how long have you been in Tokyo so far?
I have been in Tokyo for, let's see, what day is today?
The food was incredible. Some of the best food I've had at cafes. And all the other food looked really good too. I had a salami pizza and it was like really solid. Good luck for the time being. You have the rest of good. Thank you very much, Mr. Edmund. I'm just waiting till 3 o'clock because I don't think they'll let us in beforehand. This is a very large business hotel. There's 2 buildings. Look at that cute doggo. Golf putter. Okay, I'll go ahead and try.
YouTube will also be. Yeah, I don't know how to plug it because I don't have anything there yet, but this is incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I can collab. Sensei in the sheets. No. It's Sensei in the streets. Senpai in the streets.
What is? Hold on, let me check on
Senpai is
this
like
thing
your,
real quick.
like your. They have Kohai and Senpai, so like anytime you watch an anime, oh Senpai, notice me, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah, I've seen the senpai notice me memes.
So Senpai is like at work or in school. It's someone like, I guess we'd call like an upperclassman or an upperclassmate. But the problem is it also happens in work. So it's like, but it's a little bit different because they have a word like Toshue. Toshue is like someone who's older than you, but it's also not like, I don't know. Senpai is usually someone who's kind of like a mentor, but they're not like a teacher. They're kind of like a friend teacher. I don't know. It's someone.
Is senpai similar to like, you know, daddy? Like everyone people call each other daddy.
No, that's. I think daddy has a much more sexualized meaning. Senpai. I mean, even in work, you have work senpais. You have, you know, gym senpais. I mean, anyone can be a senpai. It's someone who was there before you, is within a couple years range, and you know, it kind of takes care of you. So, like for example, if you played sports and you're, I don't know, a 9th grader on the baseball team, and there's an 11th grader who's your friend, and he's, you know, kind of taking care of you, or kind of teaching you the ropes, that's a senpai.
Oh, it's someone saying it means it makes somebody who is higher than you in rank. Oh, it's someone who is further ahead than you in life or profession. Seniority.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about rank. It's a little bit less formal than that, but yes. Senpai, colleague, you make, 8 iced tea, 8, that's correct.
D Desired says, Jason, it is 11:22 p.m. in the Midwest, so I'm going to sleep. You are amazing and have so many experiences and great advice. Thank you and good night. And I agree with that sentiment. I'm so glad that I met you, man.
Women
This
can
has
be
been great.
senpai too, that's true. Yeah, Sama, whoever said Sama is honorific. Look for a Nintendo fan. How did we go to Tokyo to meet up from a dude?
You're a Nintendo fan, aren't you?
I'm a Nintendo
Everyone's
fan.
a Nintendo fan.
Nintendo is more West Side anyway, so go ahead. Does Japan have American fast food chains? Yes, they have a ton. McDonald's, Burger King, Shake Shack, Wendy's, Taco Bell. But it's different. It's different. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, I had Japanese McDonald's the other night. It was okay.
It's different.
You know what I had? I had the teriyaki burger, and then I also had like a melon soda with ice cream on top of
So
it.
I know you mentioned the beef stew pie earlier. That's a brand new item. That just came out like
It did?
a month ago, maybe. Yeah.
Is it any good? Have you had
I
it?
haven't had it yet. Yeah, because I don't eat at McDonald's very often. My guilty pleasure, they have what's called. It's called the Sankaku Choco Pie. Sankaku means triangle, and it's a triangle chocolate pie, and it looks
I saw that. I saw that.
incredible. And for like, it's 160 yen, so like $1.20. But if you get it fresh, it's so, dare I say, good, because it's McDonald's, but it's good, and it's like the inside is like that molten lava cake type.
Whoa,
you know, like,
that sounds really good.
so the outside is kind of croissant-like, kind of fluffy and layered. Inside's molten lava cake. A little bit of almonds in there.
Yeah, I'm losing a little bit of connection with the chat.
I wonder if it's because we're by this building. We can kind of walk through the town.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, before we leave, I wanted to ask you about your recommendations for the vending machines.
Vending machines.
Give me a sec here.
Yeah. Let's
I'm
make
gonna
sure.
cut
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Maybe let's walk a little bit, get out of the.
Sure, yeah. Hold on. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm recording on this phone. I actually have a genius setup here. I'm recording on this phone, and I'm streaming on this camera, so that way if my stream cuts out, I still have a backup of it.
Do you use like a digital recorder at home, or like whenever you do your studio?
My call-in stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, with my call-in
So I
stuff.
guess you probably have a full like audio rig set up.
It's my setup is actually kind of really shitty.
Okay.
But it works. That's the thing,
well,
you know.
I mean, that's one thing. Whenever because I have like a home studio at my house actually, and one of the things is
Oh yeah.
one of the things is that audio quality. Like that's one thing. Whenever I started getting equipment, it's like, what can I control? I can't control the content. I can't control the quality. Because my background.
Well, you know what is so funny that I had a call with somebody about this recently on the I think it's time is over.
Oh man, Commandant DNB, thank you for.
These are the places I love. Dude, they didn't ask me shit. And it's cheaper than I expected. And a corner room. It's my fucking birthday. Hot diggity. Dude, it's pretty big too. Dude, this guy was the G. He also gave us a bottle of water. This is pretty big for a business hotel. Bruh, I can't even touch the walls. And I think there's a bath. This is the private bath. It looks pretty decent size. I think there's an ofuro. I think there's like a actual bath in the building. No, so I came. Yeah, I knew the small room was an elevator. So the lady I talked to earlier, she said 7,000. This guy's like, it's just 6. And so then I get the pin. I'm ready to sign. I'm pretty sure it's like. Actually, I don't know. I don't know the rules on that. I've been to a few places before that don't ask anything, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure the rules on it. Yeah, he's like 6,000 yen. Like, I get the pin. I'm like trying to fill stuff out. Yeah, I get the pin. I'm ready to fill stuff out, and he's like 6,000 yen, and I'm like, okay. I pay him. He prints a Ryoshusho, and he goes, all right. He said, doors auto lock. Take the elevator to your room. I was like, say less. I don't need a big room. I don't. But this is one of the biggest business hotels I've stayed in. It's very, like, this is double the hall right here, whatever you want to call this. Double, even maybe 2.5 times. And we got a nice window view of the town. And the TV is quite large. 32, maybe even 40-inch TV. I think it's a 40-inch TV. Good air conditioning. Boom, big ol' mosquito though. That's a... Address, phone number. JP, he didn't even ask my name. I said, I have a reservation. And he looks at a list and he goes, 6,000 yen. Didn't ask me for my phone number. Didn't ask me. He looked at me. Oh, that looks like a white guy. Okay, 6,000 yen, and that's it. I've never stayed at a business hotel that's done that. I've stayed at a lot of minshuku that are like people's houses that like don't care. Yeah. He's like, again, I was ready to fill stuff out, and he just. Like I said, it was 1,000 yen cheaper than I was told, so I'm super happy about that. Today was a fun day. Yeah, today was a fun day. I need to look at the maps and see what we're doing tomorrow. We might make our way up to Tokushima tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I don't have any class. Can't get over the elevator. It was a 1.5 Martian elevator, maybe. With backpack, one Martian. But... Cool. Yeah, I need to figure out where the bath is. Or if I don't get bath with this one, maybe? I don't know. Business in Ichiraku. Oh, Ofuro, 6th floor. Nice. Yeah, 6th floor. But I think it's in the other. There's two buildings. I think we are in the Bekkan. I think the Honkan is where we're in the business building. I think the Shinto's in the main building. Three minutes of news in between sumo breaks. Okay. Up through Takamatsu or up to the valley to Miyoshi? After Takamatsu? Oh, we're going to the top. Yeah, Tokushima, we're going to the top. We're going to the castle at Takamatsu. We're tentatively trying to hug the coasts. Even with the trips we've gone on so far, we haven't done exactly to the coast, but we're trying to do kind of a big loop around Shikoku. There are a ton of excellent, yeah. Rotenburo. Open air baths on the top floor, or almost the top floor sometimes.
We are gonna go up to the whirlpools. Yes, there's a hotel. There's a hotel right out there. On the, it's a newer hotel. It's on the north side, like there's a highway that goes across. We can't walk across the highway. There's a little walking bridge, but on the west side of that, the north side, I guess, versus the south side. The north side of that, there's a hotel there that I think costs like 7,000 yen a night. And we're going to stay, there's a Family Mart on the way up. I'm going to get stuff at the Family Mart, and then we're going to stay there. And then I think we're going to try to go there that day and go there in the morning for people who can't, because we'll get to the hotel at 3, 4 o'clock. So we'll try to go to the whirlpools that night or that afternoon, evening. And then we'll try to do it again the following morning. And then as we head to Takamatsu. It sounds cool. You definitely should check out. No, it's okay. Being a smartass is fine too. No, I get it. Yeah, so we're hitting up the whirlpools. Castles Whirlpool. I need to message. There's a streamer who lives somewhere in Kagawa. I don't remember where she lives. I met her through, or I know of her through Timo-san. So I need to at least reach out. I don't know what will happen with that. I don't know if a co-stream will happen, or I don't know. I don't know what will happen, but I need to at least reach out and like, hey, I'm walking distance type of thing. So, but yeah, whirlpools are on the list of things that we're definitely gonna do. Check this out. Tanayu Beppu Onsen Suginoi. I suppose I need to message Timo-san as well if I might be coming to Beppu. I might try to do, what did you say? It's Misaki to Misaki. Bus from Yawatahama to Misaki was 1,200, and then the ferry from that Misaki to the other Misaki was 1,300 or something. Damn, that's pretty sick. Suginoi, that looks a little bit outside of my... I need that Mr. Yabatan influence before I can go to places like that. But even then, I don't know. It's such a weird thing because I want to increase tourism some places, but like I love staying in places like this. Even this, a standard business hotel, I prefer almost more than like a luxury hotel. Bus was 13. Okay, well I crisscross. That's not bad though. 2,500 to get out that way. Especially if I wake up early. I need to see how often the ferries run. But if I can wake up early, take the bus out to Yawatahama, or from Yawatahama to that Misaki, check out the Misaki for a little bit. Because I think I remember there's a few ryokan down there, but they're like dumb expensive, and so I'm like, I don't want to pay that. Unique Mickey? Yeah, I knew her name. I just didn't know, like... Yeah, thank you very much, Murasama. Try contacting her early. She's been busy with work recently. Murasama, do you happen to know the best way to contact her? I don't know if I follow her on Insta. I'm quite bad about keeping up with... If I could ever get out there, you definitely should. I love hot springs. I've been to... I've talked about this before. Probably Discord. Okay. Does she have her own... Well, okay. I need to go do some research then. Now, I've talked about this before. I think probably, for my age... I've probably been to more hot springs than anybody my age. For sure. Yeah, no. She knows who I am. I mean, I think she knows who I am, but yeah, I'll reach out to her. I've been meaning to reach out to her, but I didn't. We're moving along a little bit faster because of taking transit, which is super cool. That's a good, like, I've had a great time this trip, so that's super cool. But because of that, things are you know, speeding up. Damn, Shirokuma's 3 and 6. Hang in there, bud. Asano? Kusano? 8 and 1? That's really good. He's gonna get promoted up. Sup? What's up, Thad? Anyway. Who did we rated into Timo-san yesterday? Okay, cool. I'll check Discord. Does she have her own? Well, I'll figure it out. One of these days, I'd like to look seriously into visiting Japan and playing on exactly what I want to do experience. Yeah. If you have any questions, I mean, like, please, if you have a Discord, we have a pretty decent. It's not super active, but it is, when people post stuff or when people ask questions, we usually get on it pretty quick. I can DM you her Discord. Thank you very much, Marasama. That would be great. Since I have a question for you. I'm an American investor and I'm very interested in the global tobacco market. I own Japan shares, Japan Tobacco. Someone who lives in Tokyo, could you share a word or two about the smoking culture of tobacco? Will smoking ever disappear? Exclamation mark Discord. Here's the thing. Here's my TLDR on this. The Japanese government has partial ownership of Japan Tobacco, so they are not likely to want smoking to stop at that level. I know some of my past clients have worked for JT, and they've talked about they're trying to get into the e-tobacco. If they're talking about, there's a couple of people that I've talked to in JT. They are fairly high up, but they've talked about, marijuana cigarettes. Again, it's far, but they're looking at it from a business plan, 10, 20 years type of thing. That said, smoking culture is overall kind of declining, but it's not disappearing. A lot of businesses will ban it, but I don't see it, for the foreseeable future, I don't see it disappearing, but it will be declining. But like I said, a lot of JT, a portion of JT is owned by that. And also they're trying to get cigarettes, Japan Tobacco cigarettes, into Southeast Asia. Thailand, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, places like that. So, Vietnam. So, just because it doesn't necessarily maintain in Japan, it doesn't mean that Japan Tobacco is going to disappear. Again, I'm not a professional investor. I've taught some people from JT. I taught the guy who made the Plume X. That's pretty cool. He's a super cool guy. He was super chill. But I guess he worked. He did the main designs for it, but it was a team. But that said, it's just. The reality is I think smoking in general is kind of declining. Gogakuhei is correct. A lot of, especially like chain restaurants, they had to get away with it. In Tokyo, it was based on sizing or based on who the clientele are. So a lot of like bars were grandfathered in, and then some of the kisaten were grandfathered in. But if it was larger than, what was the size? They had a square meterage thing, and if you were larger than that size, you had to have a separate place for smoking, and it had to be X amount of space and stuff. From the U.S., I would like to research to make sure what to do as research as possible. Honestly, just like don't be an idiot. Like if you wouldn't do it in the U.S., don't do it in Japan. Generally speaking, that's going to get you pretty far. You know, it's not like some places in the Middle East where if you like cross your legs and your shoe is pointing at somebody and then you're gonna like, you know, whatever. I mean, it's not. Generally speaking, I do encourage you to do research, but generally speaking, you don't like you almost have to consciously make a mistake in order to. Yes. Since I'm worried about it, I should be fine. Exactly. That's what I mentioned the same thing to Emma yesterday. Emma did the exact same thing. She's like, I don't want to be the foreigner who makes. And I'm like, the fact that you're thinking about it means you're already 10 steps ahead of. Unfortunately, most of the people who come here and do dumb shit are people who are doing it for content or because they are just that stupid. I don't like calling people stupid, but when you intentionally, because it is, like, I don't know. I like to think that people have a little like internal moral type thing. I guess not everyone does, but anyway. Cool beans. Biggest cost is going to be getting here. That's the unfortunate truth. Be quiet, respectful. Places suffering from overtourism might have, but you get, yeah, 100%. That's one thing too. Like where I've been, and learning a few words in Japanese, like an arigato or a sumimasen, will get you so far. Because if you do something and then you know it's wrong, and you just go sumimasen, gomen nasai, that enough. They know like, oh, this person did not mean to be this or do this. So it's a lot of times there is some level of, I mean, again, they don't think foreigners are like evil, like intentionally doing problems. Can you say something in Japanese? I just did. The biggest issue might be phones, or it might be language, but phones go a long way. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I've seen so many people communicate with hotel owners with phone. You want to see some touristy things? Yeah. Overall demeanor gets coming. Yeah, Murasama was absolutely right. Sushi, yakisoba. I had some good yakisoba the other day. Or what was it? It was omelette soba. Yeah, that's what it was. And then I had kashiwa something. I took a picture of it. It was really good. Ramen, yum. I think we're gonna eat ramen. We can see the ramen shop from here. I asked him if he has any recommendations. Smoking sounds good. That is one thing. I wish I had a house or like a large apartment where I could have, but a lot of apartments don't let cooking on the balconies, but who knows? Maybe I could convince Lyle to go halvesies on a house with me out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know, who knows? Maybe our YouTube blows up. We'll see. I gotta post more stuff though. Damn. That dude's got a black eye. Who is this guy? Dude, this guy, it's the first time I've seen it. His whole, he must have gotten like slapped in the face or something. His whole right eye is like, it's, oh. Oh, and his eye's like bloodshot too. Oh. Oh. Wife had to put him in line. At home.jp links again. Honestly, I think, here's the thing. As much as I would love to live in Kyushu, current company is never going to go for that. But I could see myself getting a place in the Kiso Valley, kind of where we walked with Lyle. Even like Nakatsugawa or something. Because it's not too far from Gifu. It's not too far from Gifu City. And that's kind of it's either like we live in Tokyo or we live closer to Waichin's family. I guess we could do like Okazaki or something, a little bit south of Nagoya. But there's a straight shot from Okazaki up to Gifu. Okazaki's a cool little town. There's a couple of, I have some business acquaintance, or not business, I have some people on my first walk that I met. Oh shit, I saw a guy on some Japan-related subreddit the other day who has a whole business going, assisting people finding, buying, and renovating places. Maybe he got into a brawl. Possibly, but it looks like that happens sometimes because you can boom, boom, boom. It looks like probably he just got palmed in the face. Has a whole business going, assisting people finding, buying, and renovating places. I mean, maybe one day I could get into that. He's got a website or Substack going. I'll see if I can find it. I don't know, just like with the tour thing. Like the tour company or... I don't know. It's ways for me to make money, but I don't know if I'd ever want to like do it full time. So... I don't know. I see a lot of Sleepy. Have a good stream and good night. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. Thank you very much, Barrigan, again for the giant donation, the giant tip. Really appreciate it. But we're gonna get out of here as well. We're gonna raid into Midnight Sumo. Super cool day. Nice little morning breakfast shop into gelato, into the coolest cafe I've ever been to, but we couldn't really film much. Now you earned it. Have a good night. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So tomorrow, maybe Tokushima. I need to look at the map. We'll see. And then, yeah. Thank you everybody so much. Thank you Hoibit. Thank you Riku. Thank you Taran. Thank you Sailor Venus. Thank you Gogakuhei. Thank you Lord Murasama. Murasama. Thanks DC. Who else did I miss? Bear again, thank you. I already said that, but thank you again. Thad, thanks for being here. Thanks for your question. And I think that's about it. Alright, love everybody. See you soon. Drink some water. Take care. Go have fun watching sumo. Bye. Scam, thank you for the tier 1. Bye.